All right, we're good. All right. Well, I I've been at a concert all day or most of the day, and but I saw that some people wanting to play, and so I set up this uh, interest post to see if I can get enough people to fill out the party, and I got these three awesome guys who I highly look up to and respect and hope to kill. And then the other two guys I originally played for dropped out. So we're gonna try to get this as good as we can, with it being almost 1 o'clock in the morning where I am. The way I like to start is kind of like at the beginning of a TV show. You get the prologue before the opening credits. So this is just going to be a little bit of a meta knowledge prologue, just so we have idea of what might be going on. A dirty, exhausted dwarf with cuts all over his face, torso, and forearms enters what appears to be a royal throne room and collapses before the exalted royal throne. The noble jumps from his throne. Barium! What's wrong? Is there trouble in the mines? The dwarf opens his mouth to speak, but only spurts out blood and makes a gargling sound. One of the guards runs to the dwarf, and after a quick inspection, he cries out in horror. His tongue has been removed! Ink and paper is given to the dwarf, and after moments, a bloody, dirty scribbled note is handed to the noble. Almost instantly, after the note is taken from the dwarf, he collapses, as if the only means he had to live was to deliver a message. The king reads the note in horror and cries out that the mine has been attacked by cultists. I fear that it is more than the forces of Terrorhome alone can handle. Send out a messenger to seek help to recover the mines. The king's associate hears the message. For sure, Father Verdir, and runs from the chambers. And this message is taken out by messengers in all different directions. Everywhere within a fortnight of Terrorhome receives a notice in every town hall, tavern, and temple. A reward of 750 gold per head intrigues every adventurer, but some adventurers think that this might be too good to be true. 4 interview stations are set up in the north, south, east, and west for adventurers to come in to be interviewed so they can be scouted to see whether be deemed worthy to help or not. And so this is the chance for each of you and your character to go before an interviewer and let us know about you and why you should be hired for this mission. We'll go ahead and let uh, Lysander begin.
All right, great. So Lysander walks into the room, quickly scanning with a warrior's gaze. Who do I speak with about this prospect?
And you see one person in noble clothes, human, stand up, and he goes, I am Oliver. I am the one who is to be interviewed.
Well, it was a pleasure to meet you, Oliver. I am Lysander. Lysander's a very short, very thin elven man, dressed in a finely polished and oiled leathers, a scimitar sitting at his hip, and a cloak that looks as if it's alive with leaves hanging from his shoulders. What is it you seek? I believe I have the skills and talents that you need.
We need a great warrior, one who knows no fear, and one who lives by loyalty.
Mm. Well, I know fear, but not to run from it, but to use it to temper what I do so that I can walk away alive. I think it's a fool that has no fear. So if you seek a fool, I am not your man. But if you seek someone that knows what they do, and with that he quickly draws his scimitar and flips it around, and you notice that light seems to spark along its blade as a small bolt of lightning kind of just rolls up it and rolls back down. He kind of smiles as he returns the scimitar back to its sheath. So what is it that you seek? And what are the rewards if we are successful?
And Oliver stares at you. He says, "You're not only dressed like a warrior and sound like one, but you also seem to have the power we are looking for. Lord Vadir promises 750 gold if you are successful and loyal to him, and I feel like you would be more than able to complete the mission." And with that, he kind of points you to one of the closed doors of the tavern for you to step in.
Okay. He kind of does a little half bow and walks off in that direction.
Very good. And then going from a warrior to Heckle, we'll let you be next.
As the interviewer calls in for the next interviewee, it'll probably take him a good 5 minutes to realise that no one's walked in. And curiosity would probably get the better of him. And as he opens the door to look out, he'll see that a group of adventurers sitting starey-faced, just smiling at nothing. And the only one that stands up and puts out his hand is ringing with bells as this jester, 6 foot tall but skeletal, smiling really creepily. This lopsided smile, puts his hand out and shakes it, clasping with the other hand. "Ah, I believe you're my new employer."
And Oliver, once again, you all know this when you walk into the room, that the reward has drawn everyone, people who are too young to be warriors to people who seem to be warriors decades ago. And so Oliver shakes your hand, but he goes, "Well, I am sure that you can put on a good show, but we are not looking for entertainers. We are looking for fighters."
Ah, you're looking for fighters, but you also need people who can use their mind. You can't have brawn without the brain. And these people behind me, they have no brain.
Well, that is true, but a brain won't do you much good once it's been spilled out on the ground after the first strike hits you.
Perhaps, but they haven't hit me yet.
And Oliver kind of smirks and smiles and realizes, I can see that you are willing and that you have a brain, but I'm still not convinced whether or not you can fight in battle. Can you do anything to prove that you should be hired?"
Let me see. And he'll walk back out into the room with the adventurers. And slowly he'll reach into his side satchel and bring out what looks like a human skull with a handle on it and start cranking the handle. And this strange melody will, this chiming noise, which seems to get louder and louder and louder. And all the weapons in the room, all the bits of metal will start to shake. And you can see where this is going. And he's looking at Oliver to say, "I can stop this any time."
Yeah, and at once, especially those in the room who really aren't that trained with weapons, begin being scared. And Oliver puts a halt. He goes, "All right, you have proven that while you might not have the strength, your trickery could allow us to outsmart some of our foes. I will allow you to at least meet Vadir to see if he has the same beliefs as myself. And I'll give you a point of inspiration." And then finally, Victor.
He'll come forward, nod somberly at the Chamberlain. What was his name, sorry? Osfred?
Oliver.
Oliver.
Yeah.
Oliver. And say, greetings, Oliver. I'm Sir Victor, a hedge knight of the realm. Wonder for the coin of this lord, then that, to do his bidding. Seems you have need of my service.
Yeah.
I'm no street dog to perform. I'm not convincing you of my skill, my age, longevity, and success should be enough. I warn you, I do not come cheap. To hire my services will cost your lord 400 gold pieces. They'll require 80 gold pieces payment, even if I should fail in this endeavour. Such are my services. I offer them to him if he deems me worthy.
And Oliver looks at you and makes sure that the door is closed where the other two have walked, and he says, "You look like much more of a warrior than some of the clowns that I have interviewed, and I have heard of your reputation. However, the reward is 750 gold, because we expect for you to go above and beyond anything you have done before, and that this reward will drive you to be a better warrior than your
As soon as
mundane job."
As soon as he says 750 gold pieces, Victor will just extend a leather glove and say, agreed.
All right, and so your hands are shaked, and you walk into this third room. And one thing interesting is, although there were a lot of other really common people who couldn't fight, you noticed that there were a few great warriors who looked even more powerful than yourself, but they did not join you in the room. So you begin to wonder, why did I get chosen, but not these other warriors? But you're just kind of joyful that you were chosen. And you get a short briefing with Oliver walks in, and he says, "You three have been chosen. And I am sure that I don't have to tell you about Terrahome, but in case you've been ignorant, Terrahome was founded by Bern Piabond. He was the diplomatic prodigy who was commissioned by many cities to handle controversies between rulers and people. And he was so successful that many bards," and he looks at Heckle, "and scholars have proclaimed that it was his actions which peacefully settled so many issues that adventurers had to begin leaving cities and seeking dungeons and great beasts to conquer. Near his retirement, Byrne bought a plot of land named Terrahome, and many mocked him for investing in such a barren, savage, uninhabited peninsula. But Byrne was able to create this into a utopia of peace and prosperity. After Byrne passed away, he gave it to his son Shandir, and after Shandir died, Vadir took control. However, neither Shandir or Vadir had the diplomatic genius that their father possessed. And there are three ways to make it into the city. If you are traveling from east or west, you take a single pathway that will take you to the capital Terrahome. However, the three of you are going on a boat, which will lead you across a short waterway into the city and up a narrow canal right to the back door of the castle. Would any of you be doing anything special on this boat ride?
Lythander would probably be wanting to get to know these others that were chosen as well. Get a feel for them if he's going to be putting his life in their hands. So he would kind of size them up before he approached them.
Sir Victor would give you a nod as he's like whetstoning his great blade with like a grey hood and cowl up to stave off the weather as like the boat's creaking around him. I just nod and say, greetings, Lysander. We haven't had a proper chance to meet, but I remember you from when we were auditioned for this errand. And he'll get up from his work and put down the whetstone and extend a hand and say, it's a pleasure to meet one of the Fey folk.
It is also a pleasure to meet you. What would bring such a great and seasoned warrior as yourself to this task?
Coin, I'm but a sellsword, he says. What's your passive perception?
12.
Yep, that's what he would say. That's what you'd think. He'd say, and you, what brings you here? This is a grim work, a warrior's task. You would risk battle for this lord's coin?
Not so much the coin, the experience, the pleasure. You know,
Many hands mightier than ours were not chosen for this undertaking. I fear you'll have your measure of experience.
it's It is rather curious. What is it you make of this other one, this Heckle? He does not seem like he is the mettle to face something of that would trouble the Lord so. And with that, Lysander looks over toward wherever Heckle has perched himself on the boat. I would know what your thoughts are on this.
I say his type are crafty in trickery and illusion, and I fear that his facade of being useless is just that, an illusion. He seems to have wit and a silver tongue. He may prove useful. But yes, I would lie if I said I did not share your trepidation. If it would quell your fears, perhaps you should speak with him.
And to this I just might, and Lysander gives you a very respectful nod, and approaches Heckle.
He'll watch you go and put up his sword and then pull out some steel wool and vinegar and just begin scouring his armor and whatnot, and just observing your conversation from afar with the jester.
So, what is Heckle doing as Lysander approaches?
You would probably see Heckle polishing the bells on his hat, kind of cross-eyed looking up as he tries to wrestle to get it in front of his face so he can give it a spit polish. So the first time you actually look him in the eyes, he would be cross-eyed, kind of staring back at you.
Lysander tips his head to the side, looks at you for a moment, questions whether or not he should even spend his time talking with you, and he says, Heckle, right?
That is correct.
It would be dishonest of me not to say I'm concerned that I am to put my life in your hands. Seems you were able to convince the Lord's man that you were the right man for this job, but I am not convinced. What skills can you bring to bear that would possibly help us? And he will kind of look, kind of tips, he kind of flips his head towards where the hedge knight is.
Well, let me ask you a question in return. What skills do you think we would need?
He kind of looks you over, looking for weapons that you might have. Are there any weapons that would be noticeable?
He would have no visible weapons on him, but you would notice that he does have a cane with a small skull on top of it.
Well, one would expect that you have some sort of weapon. Do you expect to kill any creature with your words alone?
Yeah, my wit can do some damage. But
And,
yes, I do have some sharp ends.
Mayhaps there's more to you than mere weapons. You possess arcane skills?
I have some knowledge.
Well, if we are to travel together, we must get beyond this evasiveness. What questions would you have of me? It seems I've been putting you to the question.
What question do I have? No, I can't ask you that. No, that's too personal. No. No, we can't ask. How long do you think until we get there?
You'll be one of the first to know. And he kind of smiles at his own joke, and he says, we will get to know each other. I'm certain of that. I just hope that we don't die. And he kind of walks off, kind of lost in his own thought.
Oh, we all die.
And actually what breaks up this conversation is you begin traveling, and in the distance you see just this magical city that just the way the sun hits it almost makes it appear that it's glimmering. And as you get closer, you pass into one of the most beautiful ports you've ever seen. And you go through a narrow passageway, and you realize that even the commoners, the people who are fishing and just doing mundane tasks, have nicer houses than any other commoners you've ever seen, maybe even yourself. And everyone's working with a smile. You smell great meals coming from their house, and you realize these people have found the right city to live in. And so finally, your boat's kind of ferried up near an entrance, and you all step up to this big back door, and an old halfling dressed in noble clothes opens it, and he addresses each of you to greet you. I am Javier, the manager of this palace. It's an honor to have adventurers of such great caliber dwelling with us tonight. Please follow me to your quarters. And he picks up whatever equipment he can carry or that you'll give him. And he leads you to your room, and you just pass a foyer and some other areas, but you realize everything in here is extravagant. The floor is paneled in gold. All the wooden work is just rare cedar, and just the beauty of the picture is totally, superfluous. But if for no other reason, then we just need a picture here because we can't have a blank wall, even if it is a golden wall. And so finally he leads you to some of the nicest rooms larger than a common house. And he lets you know, our kitchen and our harem is open to our guests. We'll bring you any meal you desire, and as many women as you wish to accompany you for the night. And so he looks at each of you to see if you'll order any food or any women.
Both, my lord.
I will do with just a meal and drink.
A cold drink and a hot woman for me, please.
Alright, so yeah, just in a couple of minutes, he brings up a steak for each of you, even though you didn't like it. And for Heckle, there's a beautiful, almost Amazonian-looking human woman who... what race are you, Heckle? You're human?
Human, yeah.
Good, yeah, so she's even larger than you and almost looks barbarian-like. But she is, very timid, and she walks into the room and, just waits for you to do whatever you'd like with her. And so you guys can eat your meals and spend the night however you'd like.
With vice and excess. I'll drink and eat on this guy's coin and whore too, if he'll allow it. You never know when you could be sleeping in the ditch as a hedge knight, so you take moments like this when you can. He won't do it to the point where he would be, think he might be kicked out for such revelry or hedonism. He doesn't want to outstay his welcome, but he'd definitely take advantage of it.
Yeah, and every time that Javier comes back to take your old plate, he asks you if you'd like a new plate filled. And so you have steaks till you're not hungry anymore. And did you want any women?
Yeah.
And so Javier brings out about 5 women and lets you choose from them.
I like the sound of the lady Heckle's got. I'll try and convince him to take one of the other ladies. Speak of her virtues. For a 11. Surely that one there, Heckle's more to your liking. A woman such as this might be more than you could handle. No offense. but she's more of my ilk and stock. Yeah, I'll say those words and try and convince him.
I think perhaps you might be right.
He'll take his Twill and the Amazonian as well then.
Truth be told, she kind of scares me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
that's what I like.
yeah, and you see like all of these women have kind of the Amazonian look, but almost like they're from the same tribe. But yeah, there's other women who are a bit more homely and feminine than
Bah.
perhaps the original one. So yeah, he leaves you whatever women you'd like, and whichever ones don't get chosen will return to the harem for the night. And I feel like since we're broadcasting, we can keep this G-rated and let you guys imagine the way that you'll handle the harem. Unless there's, some other action you like during the night, I'll say you all get a good long rest. So any spells you used, you can return, and all your hit points can be back. Alright, so the next morning, you all sleep in, and you work your way back down to the foyer where Javar takes you into a side room of the royal throne room. And as you get close and you kind of look through the cracks in the curtain, you're used to kings having one or two jesters or dancers and a couple of musicians, but it seems like he has a whole orchestra inside performing for him, and like Cirque du Soleil, just what seemingly dozens of performers, and you just wait watching this most extravagant show you've ever seen. And Javar comes down and whispers to you, as you can see, the king likes to be impressed. So perhaps when you introduce yourself to him, you can find some way that might make you appear, the best that you can be. You're free to use any of our squires or any of our musicians. Just when you enter, however suits you will be fine. And so finally, you see this long line of musicians and acrobats walk out of the throne room past you, and it's time for you all to enter. So I'll let you choose the grand way that you guys chose to enter.
He likes a show, send Heckle.
Heckle will let you upstage both of them and go first.
How would Heckle make his grand entrance? You said there's bards and other performers around.
Yeah, you feel like anything you ask for to make your entrance great, whether it be magic or music or whatever, they'll be able to put it together for your entrance. Javar, like, kind of sweating, looks up, looks back at you and goes, "But dear, that's not like to wait."
Heckle is going to ask that they play the fastest and loudest song they know.
Yeah, and you hear, I wish I knew more about music. Yeah, but you hear kind of like this royal, soothing music that the king is listening to in the change turn to something that's played, very staccato, very quick tempo and loud, and the king kind of looks around wondering what's happening.
And as it hits the crescendo, Heckle's going to run in and he's going to jump up onto the nearest performer and start dancing on his shoulders. And then hop to the next one and just continue down.
Yeah, and these performers are surprised, but as professionals, they have some idea of what you're trying to do. And at this point, Esquire announces, "Heckle, the mighty bard." And the king gives you a, semi-good hand clap, which, compared to the acrobats that were in here earlier, he's not overly impressed, but you made a good enough entrance. Would one of the other two like to enter?
Victor will just walk in like a severe manner with no fanfare, and just walk up and take a knee in front of the Duke. Say I've sworn service to you for coin. I'll prove myself in the time to come. I'll not dance about your court. It's not my way.
And Veneer just nods at you, understanding that you're a man of war, not a entertainer, and he respects that.
Lysander just asks for them not to play such a ruckus tune, and actually just to put it at least something a little more formal and somber. And as the musicians cue it up, he walks in, and as he walks in, he just walks in head high, cloak trailing out behind him. And as he's walking, all of a sudden this glowing green orb appears around him and starts to go around him, and then a second, a third, and then a fourth. And as he's walking, they just kind of slowly swirling around him until he gets up to where Sir Victor is, and he too takes a knee. And as he does that, they swirl and then they stop, and then they kind of just fade. And he looks up and he says, "I've sworn service to you, much like Sir Victor here. We will do this for the coin, but we would know also more. What knowledge you have of what we face?" And then he would just, that would be it.
Yeah, and Vadir looks down at you and he says, "No, please don't bow. Stand up. Even though I am in charge of Terra Home, many years ago when it was founded, my grandfather, Vern, decided that we should not be kings but fathers. And in this way, we see the kingdom as our family. Of course, we will pay you for your work, but I want you to know that you are not just employees. You have joined our family, and you will be loved and taken care of, just as the rest of us are. I'm sure that you have heard that a group of cultists took over the mines, and although that does sound threatening, let me assure you, the mines did not have guards, and we believe that these cultists scouted the area for days, and finally they found the weak point and attacked. As you can see, the guards we have aren't that well trained, and as you look around, you see that there are royal guards who are in armor with swords, but they look like the strongest common people, not great warriors like yourself. And Badir continues, "You see, we have never faced any type of attack on our city, and although guards aren't really necessary, we feel it's important to employ all our people. You see, even the mines, we easily could buy ore from another city, but these mines give the opportunity for some of our common people to work and provide for the rest of our family. And we would just like to have the mines back so these people can return to their work. I do not think it will be a difficult challenge, and I think that you're more than capable. We just needed a little bit better than what we currently had." And he apologizes. "I'm sorry, my sons," as he looks at both the guards. And he says, do you have any questions?"
Only what I've already asked. What more do you know of these cultists? Who do they worship? Or what do they worship?
They babble about some deity or demon, and as far as I'm concerned, they're just brainwashed, and they have no fighting force behind them. They're just maniacs who wield knives and who will bring their tyranny to innocent sacrifice. But they sadly have killed most those in the mine, and the one messenger we had only informed us of the danger, but nothing else.
But why? Why your mind? Mine, of all places that they could they could be. It seems an odd place for cultists to. And then he kind of just trails off, and he kind of gets lost in his own thought as he's thinking through himself. And he kind of absentmindedly reaches up and just kind of scratches at a facial hair he doesn't have. But were he human, he might have some sort of scruff or something. But he just kind of just.
Yeah, and Vadir looks at you and he goes, I mean, our mines have, some copper ore and perhaps some silver, but nothing extravagant. We just believe that it was isolated, and that's the only reason they attacked. They were looking for a cold, dark place to sacrifice to their cold, dark god. And I now regret that we did not have anyone there to stop. But I am sure that once they see our response, if any survive, they will never return.
None will survive, Lord.
And you see Vadir smile, but realize, I trust that you will do what needs to be done. And with that, you see a younger, red-haired human who's dressed in plate mail and looks relatively strong. And Vadir says, "Oh, my son Vangril, of course, will be leading your mission." And Vangril walks up to each one of you, and first to Victor, he kind of, punches your armor, and he goes, "Father, our messenger did a good job. Make sure Oliver gets rewarded. This is the type of warrior that I asked." And then he sees Heckle next, and he kind of bypasses Heckle, not even realizing that he's one of the soldiers. And finally, he goes up to Lysander, and he said, "Earlier, did you do something that was magical?"
I did.
And with this, like, Vangril's eyes light up, and he goes, "Oh, I have had some magicians train me in magic." And he snaps his fingers, and a small flame appears. Nothing more than just, like a thaumaturgy or prestidigitation type blade. But he himself, in such great awe, he says, "I too consider myself a mage, and I will look forward to being able to teach you some great magic."
I look forward to it.
Yep. And then he turns back to Vadir and says, "Father, did I not ask for 3 to accompany me? I only see 2."
I think you have forgotten our third companion, Heckle, and Lysander looks over to Heckle.
And go ahead.
Heckle will still be with the band, dancing, even if they've stopped.
Yeah, and so he kind of sees as these dancers separate. You see Bangril, who doesn't fit in with whatever this royal, acrobatic family was dancing, and he walks up to Heckle and puts his sword in your face, and he goes, "Father, take that bonus away from Oliver. We already have Divik who will come with us for bardic entertainment. There's no reason that I need anything else."
Heckle will look around at his 2 companions and say, "He thinks I'm here just for entertainment."
And you kind of scare Vangril enough that he just keeps his great sword, and he turns around and he goes, "I'll prepare the bags, Father. Just send these warriors out when they're ready. Feel free to keep the Joker." And as soon as he leaves the room, Vadir calls you up, and he says, "Forgive Vangril. He's my son, and being raised with such power and royalty has corrupted his mind a little bit. If it was up to me, I would not even send him on this mission, because he's the only family I have left. However, word passed so quickly about the mine attack that he demanded that he goes to save his family. And although we have had the greatest battle instructors and wizards come and try to train him, even though he appears strong, I fear that he's never seen real battle, even though he might tell tales that he has. And your main mission is to make sure that nothing happens to him.
That was not what we agreed upon, to your steward, my lord. It was to slaughter cultists, babysitting a lordling who cannot cast the magic that he spouts about. Was not in the deal. The 750 gold that was part of the contract was for slaughter.
And
I'll not be responsible for his life. That's not what I've sworn my oath for. He does not seem to be a warrior who could hold his own, fighting against the zealous maniacs of this land.
Yeah, and Vadir looks at you and says, I am sorry that you feel that way, and I have complete faith that you will be able to battle well enough to kill any attackers, and that you will not have to worry about his life. However, you must remember that while I view everybody as my family, Vangril is my truest family, and he will be the only one who can arise to take the throne. And I fear that if he dies, then Terrahome might die.
What would happen to your realm should he perish in this endeavor, and then you from age, years from now?
And he looks at you and goes, that won't happen. I trust that you will be good enough fighters.
And he's to command us.
I'm sorry, but he claims that he's the great warrior. Just pay him some heed and go along with this joke. I doubt that you'll reach any battle, and do what you think is best, even if it goes against what he says, as long as it preserves your life and his.
As you say, Lord.
Well, if there's no further questions, Javar comes and he gets all you, and you hear the music begin playing, and the acrobat rush back in. And on your way out, you meet a elven person who everyone just roll a flat intelligence check to see if you might recognize this guy. The bard can roll at advantage.
With advantage, 17.
Nice. Did the other two of you roll?
I've not seen this Fae before.
I got a 20.
So you crit?
Oh no, just straight up with the okay, an 18.
Yeah, 18. All right. Yeah. So basically, you two you two recognize him as Devik Milner. Just a couple years back, he was the greatest bard on the circuit. However, he disappeared, and no one knew what happened to him and why he stopped touring. But you're soon putting the pieces together that he stopped going on tour, and now he's the personal bard of Vadir. And he greets you, and he says, "I am Devik Milner, and Vadir has commissioned me just to make sure that I can keep Vangril at bay, so that he will not be too much of a worry for the rest of you. I more than anyone understand that he is not the easiest to be around. However, I consider myself to be a mediator, so you will never have to face him in all of his pride." And as you walk out and you begin picking up your equipment, you realize that your gear is quite a bit heavier. And Vangril has chosen to load your gear with just about every piece of adventuring equipment that you could think of. Dungeoneering packs, adventuring packs, medicine packs, herbalization packs. And not only the typical kind, but the most extravagant. And so as you pick up your bags, you realize that all of you are encumbered. And you realize that Bangril's pack is not that big, but Bangril says, we never know what we might meet. And as leader, I know that we're better off to be prepared than be worried. And with that, uh, he escorts you out the door and onto the road.
I'm just going to like shoot a glance at my two companions and like arc a brow, like a grey brow, with like a face of fucking really, and then I'll like shoulder the hefting loads with like a soldier's like instinct almost. He's been ordered, he's been paid, so he just does it, and he goes off behind him like straining under the weight.
As you're doing that, Victor, Lysander kind of whispers under his breath, but loud enough for you to hear and maybe Heckle to hear. He goes, "We are being led by a fool," and then he does the same thing. He just, he's done some soldiering, but he prefers the lighter end of fighting, and then he shoulders the pack like a trooper and trudges it, falls in step behind you.
Yep. And Heckle wouldn't even attempt to lift the bag. He'd be trying to pull it out. Just not that strong.
I'll move over and with like hold my load with one hand and then reach down with my free, like straining, like locking my knees and assist the beleaguered Heckle.
Yeah, and you're able to just prop it up on his back enough that you get him moving, but you fear if he ever tries to stop, he'll fall over, like front heavy. But somehow...
I'll lean in and whisper to him and say, do not worry, once we're out of jurisdiction of the lords, this lordling will be carrying his share of our load, good Heckle. But for now, you must show intestinal fortitude and grit through the task.
And with that, you guys walk through the front entrance of the castle, and you haven't seen the front side of nature. You came into the back and you saw the houses, but you see what is the most beautiful wilderness. Tall trees, just animals all over, and even the beauty of the nature causes you to kind of forget how much weight you're carrying. And so for 2 or 3 hours, you all are walking, and Divik does his best to walk ahead with Vangril, and he plays his lute, trying to distract Vangril so he won't talk to you guys. However, after about 3 hours of walking, this nice forested area turns into almost a devastation of nature. All the trees have been cut down, the rivers are polluted, there's no longer any animals, and you begin to realize part of what made Terra Home so beautiful was the destruction that happened just outside of you. And every time they need wood to build a new house, they just destroy the forest. All the pollution, they come out here and they dump in the lake. And Vangril turns to Divik, and he says, "Those lazy servants. When my father finds out that they've been destroying the beauty of Terra Home, I'll make sure that they are punished." And this scenery only lasts for about an hour or so before you walk back into the beauty. But if you guys want to share how you'd feel about the beauty or the devastation, feel free.
I just give a cold glance to the Lord when he makes talk of punishing the peasants for doing what they must. His father makes the laws, so it's his responsibility, not theirs, what happens in his realm. And I'm like making no sign now of my contempt for him and his useless companion. I'm just waiting till we're too far away for them to turn back, and so I can shoulder some of my load to theirs and make his bard carry ours.
All right, and the other two of you, you just...
Well, being descended from the Fae, Lysander is just appalled and sickened to see that nature should be revered. Is it used? Certainly. but it should be done in a way that is respectful. He sees nothing that is respectful. It makes him much different than Victor, but he's questioning whether or not it was wise for him. You know, even though the reward was high and his desire for research and more knowledge was great, whether or not he's signed on with a bigger devil than the cultists themselves.
Does Heckle say anything, or is he too over-encumbered to even?
Heckle probably wouldn't even notice. It's just another background in the or backdrop to him.
Yeah. Well, luckily, this destruction, only for about 15 or 20 minutes of a walk, you see all these trees, and while it is depressing, for Terrahome to be around for a couple hundred years, it's not too perverse to believe that this many trees will be cut down. And so you all just about catch back up to Divik, and Divik suggests that, not too long later you take a short rest, maybe to, readjust your packs, or because he sees all you struggling. But about that time, none of your passive perceptions are that great, but each of you can make a perception roll.
I got a 12. This looks as good a place as any.
I got a 20.
All right.
22.
All right. So with you higher guys, you realize in the forest you see 4 archers and 4 swordsmen wearing, full armor, helmets, and it looks like they're about to attack, or they're waiting for you guys to get a little bit closer. And just Divik and Vangril too busy arguing, and they don't see that they're about to walk into this ambush.
Good Lord, I would stop if I were you. And I probably would not want to do anything that kind of let them know that I knew they were there. Something in this pack I need to show you.
And Vangril turns around and he says, "You have been complaining about that pack all day. Why don't you just carry it like the soldier you're hired to be?" And he continues walking. And about that time, 4 crossbow bolts are shot. However, well, at you 3, and then 1 at Divik. However, it almost looks like these people have never wielded a crossbow before, because all of them, some of them just like immediately hit the ground, others go soaring over your head. For a second, you're confused, like, are they even shooting at me? But with that, you feel semi-endangered, and so Vangril will order you to battle. And at this point, about 30 feet away are the swordsmen. About 45 feet away will be the crossbowmen. So if you guys want to roll initiative.
Correctly.
Alright, you guys throw it in chat, or do you want to tell me? You did? Alright, sorry. Alright. Come on, baby.
So we got 4 warriors and 4 crossbowmen, is that
Yeah,
right?
and they're all just lined up. It'll be pretty easy. Golly. Alright, so he's gonna go.
So they're kind of blocking the road, or the path we're walking. Yeah.
Yeah, straight ahead of you.
This guy's about to get some experience.
Yeah, especially with those rolls.
Fuck yeah, I hope he dies. What is the Lordling's son again? Oh, the Lord's son again, sorry. John?
His name is Vaingrill.
Van or Van?
Vain, Vain, Gryl.
Cool.
I'm typing order in chat right
Sweet.
now. So,
Yeah, I've got it written down now. Vangrill.
Yep.
Would we be calling him Lord Vangrill?
You'd probably be calling him. Oh wait, we're recording. Okay, so what I was gonna say. Call him whatever he wants. Vaingrill would be fine, but he'd probably appreciate Lord Vaingrill or Your Gracious Majesty. Vaingrill.
No,
I'm gonna spell Lysander's name totally wrong. But,
to battle.
Alright, so Divik and Vaingrill, of course being closest to these swordsmen, they are gonna go first. And Divik, being a bard, not knowing that much about war, is you see him just stroking his lute, and he's gonna sing a song about this being Vaingrill's moment of glory, and so this is gonna be him casting heroism on Vaingrill. And with that, Vaingrill is gonna run up to one of the swordsmen, and sorry, my dice streams. All right, and he's gonna swing and rolled a 2. So yeah, he looks like he wants to fight, but he runs at them and he goes to swing his great sword. However, he swings it a little bit too early, and this soldier is gonna easily jump out of the way. With that, is it the archers again? Sorry, I typed it down in chat and then left chat for dice stream. One of the archers is going to hit. Let me roll a d4 to see who they hit, or d6. There's 5 of you. He's gonna shoot his arrow at Victor for. Sorry, I have too many tabs pulled up. For d8. 4 damage. And as soon as you see this archer, he was the one in the back right, hit you, and you take it pretty well. This archer appears to be more afraid that he hit you than excited.
As afraid as he will be.
Alright. And with that, we'll go back to Heckle.
Heckle's gonna drop everything that he's the backpack and everything else, and he's gonna rub his hands together, and a molten fire is gonna form in his hand, and he's gonna hurl it over the front 2 lines into the archers.
Alright.
That's that roll. $14 to hit.
That's just enough.
So my bones was playing up there a little bit.
Yeah, so you got them.
Oh, max damage. 10 points of damage.
Did you cast this in all the archers?
Nope, it's just one, I believe it can.
Alright. Well, yeah.
It's just a cantrip.
Alright, yeah. One of the archers you hit with this firebolt, and just between the burning and the impact, screams like a girl, and then falls down dead. So you've already killed one. We'll say that you did not kill the one that hit Victor, because I think Victor's going to want revenge.
And that's actually I'm going to give a bardic inspiration to Victor.
Did you say to Vangril? All right.
No.
All right. Well, now one archer's down, and yeah, just with the impact, you see the armor is easily crushed on that one. All right. So now we go to Lythander.
Much like Heckle, Lysander shoulders out of his pack, and he lets it just slam into the ground behind him. He reaches down, grabbing his shield, and he quickly traces in the air some arcanic symbol, and it kind of glows with a greenish bluish light before it fades. And after he does this, he reaches down and draws out his scimitar, and it just slowly starts to advance. And that is going to be his turn.
All right. Then with that, we go to Victor.
Oh, I should probably tell you what I did. I cast the cantrip Blade Ward.
Okay. All right. So with that, we go to Victor.
I'm going to drop this pack as a free that he's made me shoulder, and I'm going to draw my shield, equip that, and then I'm just going to move 30 foot up to put myself between my companions and the archers.
Yeah, and you're right at the swordsman.
Is he adjacent to me?
Yeah, there's like a line of 4 of them, so you could be up near the middle 2, and Vangril's going to be near the rightmost one.
Okay, sure. I'll end my turn there.
Alright, you're not going to attack them?
No, it's an action to take my shield out. I'll doff my shield.
Alright. Well, with that, it goes to the swordsman. And the one... I'll just go ahead and roll for all of them. Come on, baby. Alright, and with your sword, 2 are going to attack you, Victor,
Okay.
but neither of them are going to hit. They both glance at your swords. It's more like they're just swinging hard to try to hit you instead of accurate, so they both miss. One is going to swing at Vangril right in front of him, but Vangril is going to be able to parry it away with his sword. And then the third one is going to charge the back line and attempt to hit Lysander, but he's going to hit and do... Which you resist this because you blade ward, right?
Yeah, Lionel has resistance on piercing, slashing, and bludgeoning.
Yeah, so he's just going to hit you with his long sword and only do 3 damage. And then with that, we go back to Divik, and Divik is going to pull out his rapier, but not really attack, just in case anyone attacks him, be ready to dodge or delay action attack. I'll decide if anyone comes at him later. This time, golly, rolled a 4. Yeah, once again, Vangril went to parry, but his parry took him off bounce since he's not a very good fighter, and so he's unable to riposte and strike this soldier in front of him. Alright, so now we go back around to the archers. One of the archers is dead. And yeah, one of them basically shoots himself in the foot. Another one basically shoots that one that just shot himself in the foot in the other foot. And yeah, the
That is
third
perfect.
Yeah.
Put those crossbows down, guys.
Yeah, and the third one is actually gonna shoot forward, but it's gonna barely sail over the swordsman's head. So yeah, these are not appearing to be trained warriors at all. And we'll go back around to Heckle.
Heckle is going to run up to the front line. There was one on Lysander, one. So the one they attacked Lysander.
Yep.
Heckle is just going to run up, put his hands kind of on his shoulders, and just go boo. And hopefully this will work. 15.
You rolled 15?
Yeah.
Yeah, that works.
With the modifier as.
Yeah, 15 will work.
Cool.
So what do you do?
Shocking grasp.
Ooh. And
he takes 7 points of lightning damage.
yeah, and you just basically electrocute him through this armor he has, and just like through groaning and pain, he falls in a heap right in front of you, dead. So killed off another one. All right, is that your turn?
That will be my turn, yes.
All right, now we go to Lysander, I believe.
Yes. Yep.
All right.
He smiles at Heckle and says, "You were right. You are useful." And he quickly nods, and he closes in next to Victor and Vangril.
Yep.
And strikes at one of the swordsmen that is harrying Victor.
All right. Go ahead and roll.
Shit, yeah, I'm gonna miss. I got a 9.
9, yeah, and honestly, not even parrying, just kind of like running away from you and dodging out of the way of your sword. You miss.
Come back here.
But yeah, he still stays there, but you take like such a large, scary swing that they're able to duck it.
All right, cool.
All right, and then finally, Victor.
Okay, the guy who's that I'm fighting also with Lysander, can I shift to get some kind of advantage on him using my companion?
Yeah, I'll allow that.
Excellent. I'm going to use a disarming strike with my shield. Smash it up in under his chin with a drawing strike for a jarring strike. Sorry, for 19 to hit. He has to make a strength save.
All right.
DC 13.
Golly, this is why I never use dice stream. No, he didn't make it.
Excellent. I'll pick up his weapon, his sword, for my interaction. For the shield, he'll take 5 bludgeoning damage from me. Now he's weaponless.
Yeah, and even you can just feel this armor dent, just when your shield hits it, and you realize that the sword is pretty quality made, but this armor appears to be, not great battle armor because your shield almost immediately dents it.
If that's the case, I'm going to use my action surge and try and cut him in half, or as best I can, with one brutal overhanded strike aimed at the top of his head.
All
I'm
right.
going to use Great Weapon Flame to take -5 from my to hit, but I'm going to use my not Warlord dice. What's it called? My Superiority dice to give myself Precision Strike since I'm flanking with Lionel. This should be fairly devastating. Yeah, 22 minus 17 to hit.
Yeah, so yeah, you feel like just your sword hitting him almost caused him to have a concussion, so he doesn't even go up to block.
I just realised I have a shield out, so I'm not wielding the longsword two-handed, so I can't use my -5 for 10 damage anyway. But nonetheless, it will be 8 plus 3, 11 slashing damage on top of 4 that I gave him from the shield.
Yeah, and since it's not, since you don't have a two-handed weapon, you don't cut his head in half. But yeah, he went from being concussion to you wiping the brain matter off your sword.
Okay. I'm going to use my movement to move out of flank with Lysander on this guy and start moving towards the archers 30 feet, so that guy gets an opportunity attack on me.
All right. Come on, baby. Die stream worked for me for once. Oh, 17. Yeah, and
That misses.
really?
My 18 at the moment because I've got a shield out. And so because of that, I'm going to use Riposte Strike for my second superiority dice and try and finish him off. Fuck! But it goes wide. Sorry.
Okay, good. Yeah, and this person, for no other reason than seeing your devastation, goes for a strike. But yeah, just hits your shield as you move out of the way, and then luckily, like the short's so heavy that it pulls him off bounce and out of the way of your strike. Golly, I got a shot that I actually hit for once, and you ruined it for me.
Ooh. I move 30 feet away from him towards the archers.
So the archers were only about 15 feet back, so you're already.
Oh, excellent. I'll move up into melee with them and give them a warm greeting.
Yeah, all right. So with that, we go back around, and Divik realizes that you guys probably have this covered, so he's just going to kind of cower in the back line. We're going to go back to Vangriel, who maybe the third time's going to be a charm. Oh, he crit! So, Vangriel, for once, being angry at this one in front of him, is going to take out his greatsword and just with a mighty slash, just right into the side of the armor, cut through, and this soldier, once again screaming, I already screamed that girl. We'll do like groaning, like someone who is near death, found out that they were very near death, and Vangriel finally got a kill. So maybe these NPCs will be able to help you. So now there's one swordsman who is right in front of Lythander. There's 3 archers also, and it's the archer's turn. The archer who is right in front of you, they're just gonna see you right in front of them, and they're gonna be fumbling trying to reload their crossbows, but just your presence causes them to be too afraid, so neither of them are gonna get a shot off. The one that you're not near is going to begin running away, and is gonna dash 60 feet just into the forest. Alright, and then we go back to Heckle.
Heckle, stop that man, I'll yell, pointing to the one fleeing. And I'll call out for the rest to take someone alive. And Davik, get into the battle, you coward.
So he would be... what?
You're about...
a good dash action away anyway. The one that ran.
He's about 60 feet away from you. Or I'd say a little bit farther away. I'd say he's about 85 feet away from you. He just ran into the forest.
I'll run up as far as I can then, to my 30 feet. Could I still see him to get a spell off?
Yeah, if you close enough distance to cast a spell, I'll say that you can hit him through the tree.
It should be hopefully close enough to... I'm just checking the range on this as well. Yeah, let's send a firebolt at him again.
Alright.
Oh, don't know what happened there. That's gonna miss anyway.
Alright, yeah. So as this firebolt whizzes over their heads, they run a little bit faster, but, having dropped the crossbow already, just hoping, praying that they'll get away. Lythander, you have one swordsman right in front of you.
He doesn't have a sword, I have it, so he's just a man.
Yeah, you just have a man.
Oh, okay. And I'm assuming Lythander heard Victor yell, "Take one alive."
Yeah.
So I am going to rebuff this guy on the side of his head with the flat of my scimitar.
All
So
right.
I'd like to do non-lethal damage to him if I can hit him.
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh, I don't know if that's going to hit. This is an 11 hit.
No, 11 doesn't hit.
Okay,
Yeah.
then I'm going to miss again.
All right. And so finally, yeah, and we'll just say like your blow hit, but apparently the one place where this armor is actually strong is right near the temple, and so you make a dent, but you don't. Yeah, you make a dent, but you don't crush the armor enough to hit him. Victor, you have two very scared crossbowmen right in front of you.
I'm going to cut down into the one on my left with my longsword, just an overhead strike to slash at him for a 18 to hit.
Yeah, that's about to eviscerate him.
5 slashing damage is all.
All right, not quite dead, but very not happy.
I'll make sure that I'm adjacent to both of those guys, and I'll just stay right where I am. End my turn there.
Yeah, and
I'll call Divik, get up here and help finish these crossbowmen off.
all right, and Divik, not being a fighter, being more of a lover, is going to kind of close his eyes and, if anything, just to take this one out of its misery. Oh, 17, that will hit. He's just gonna stab as close as he can through the heart of this archer, with eyes closed, just saying it's better for them to be dead than alive. It's better for them to, and praying whatever prayer he was taught, whatever the Elven version of the Lord's Prayer is. Just stab it through the heart and kill that archer. And well, Bangril is gonna run over and try to attack this other man without the sword, but he's gonna swing so wildly that he actually almost hits you, Lythander. But he misses you both. And with that, we go back around to Heckle.
Heckle's going to continue running after the one that ran away.
Oh yeah, that one. Oh, we skipped the archer.
Well gone.
We skipped the archer's turn, so let me go to the archers. Sorry, and then I'll get back to you. The one that was running away from you, it's gonna dash again, so he is well gone. The one who is that Victor's in front of is gonna try running away too and provoke an opportunity attack.
Yeah, I hit him.
All right, you can roll damage.
5.
All right, and
5
yeah, once again, this one in like a young squeal, is gonna grasp whatever slashing the armor you made, and probably wishing he was dead, but not quite being dead. All right, Heckle, now it's your turn. You have an archer who wants to be dead and a swordsman without a sword.
The archer is going to get the brunt of my fury at having let his friend get away. So I'm just going to let out a string of profanity and aim it at him. He needs to succeed on a wisdom saving throw, I believe. DC 13.
3. So, yeah, you hit.
He takes 1 psychic damage.
Well, that's actually going to be enough to kill him. So, yeah, for some reason that I guess no one knows but you see this archer like trying to cover his ears, or grasp at his head, and then fall dead. All right. So, Lythander, you have this man in front of you.
So, being an expert swordsman, he's totally lined this guy up for this next strike. And he's going to do the same thing. He's going to try to knock him out.
All right.
Come on. This is a 12.
No. So now the other side of his helmet is dented.
Bong, bong. I'm playing his head. I'm playing his helmet like a bell.
But no, like this archer is wondering why you're just playing with. I mean, this church, man, I guess, is just wondering why you're playing with him and not killing him. You're like the cat who's just playing with the mouse.
Yeah, so that's going to be my turn. Oh no! As a free action, I'm going to yell to Van Grill, "Watch the damn sword!"
All right, and Angel is gonna run back. Oh yeah, does it look like you're doing much better hitting him?
Touche.
All right, and Victor, your turn.
How far away from me are the fleeing archers?
It's only the one is now, over getting near to 150 feet away, and not even looking back, just head down, flat out sprint. These are light crossbow, so I don't even think that you could snipe him out.
No, nor do I. I'm just going to move over to the disarmed swordsman and just intimidating him into surrender.
All right.
21.
Yeah, and you hear through his mashed up helmet. Yeah, I never wanted to fight. I give up.
Why did you?
What?
Why did you attack us?
He goes. I was going after Vangrill,
Why?
and with that, Vangrill is going to hit this guy with his great sword and kill him. And I actually did roll for that. And then Vangrill's gonna take off running after the archer. And Divik kind of stops you and lets him know. He's not gonna be able to reach him, and this archer has no weapon. So just let him go. And with that, you're outside of combat. If you guys want to investigate the bodies, you can.
Right. I'm going to actually turn on Divik.
Yeah.
Say, you need to be square with us. What was that all about? Those men were not warriors.
Yeah, and as you begin investigating the bodies and take off the helmet, you'll realize that the ones who were screaming like girls really were women. The ones who were groaning like nearly dead men were elderly men. And the ones that were screaming like youth really were young teens. And Divik looks at you and he goes, I will be straight with you. Vadir feared that the true mission of saving the mine would be too dangerous for Vangrill to go on. So, last night while you were sleeping, Vadir sent out his real party of explorers to defeat the mine. You are really just called to babysit Vangrill as we set up these encounters. As you can see, Vadir has many debtors, and Vadir needs no money, but he does need people who are willing to perform services for him. Vadir has used people like this to train his son in the past. However, they have never wit up against as strong warriors as you. And normally they take a blow and they fall down and feign death, and that's enough. However, with your power, these actually have died. And I doubt it will be little condolence to their family that their debts have been forgiven. And yeah, Vangrill is still in the distance running.
I'm going to leave that guy to his fate and sneer at Divik and say this is preposterous. Such snivelry is below lords to treat their small folk such. tell me, Davik, do we still get the coin offered us in agreement before the court, or is the Lord a liar as well as cruel?
No, no. I insist. It was never my plan for anyone to die, and we have underestimated your power as fighters. Your mission for the 750 gold will be to go to the mines. I suggest any more encounters you learn from your friend when you push to Lythander, and just deal these non-lethal blows. And these have been trained to fall down and feign death. We did not intend anyone to die, and
I'll,
I
I'll
am
take no more part in this, I say. I'll not lift my blade against innocents in this way. I've killed men this day, thinking them desperate cowards, when really they are desperate small folk, bereft of their lord's protection. And I'll drive the sword that I pilfered off that guy into the ground, like symbolically, and leave it hanging in front of us, and just walk over to see if Lythander and Heckle are wounded at all. If they are, I'll attempt to heal them.
Yeah, and as you're walking away, Divik follows you, and he goes, "These mean no harm, and I am sure that myself and Vangrill can handle any encounters alone, and it will be handled like the past, that no one has died. But your mission is not to kill commoners. But Deer has had many enemies, and many of them have been cast out into this wilderness region. And if for whatever reason uh, someone goes to attack Vadir through killing his son, we pray that you will just be around to help protect us in that time of need. But for your sake, and especially for the sake of the people, I believe that you are too strong for these play battles."
Does Vangrill know these are mock battles?
No, Vangrill has been trained to think that every battle he faces are real enemies. And once again, it was my hope that we had no casualties. And with this, Vangrill begins walking back, realizing that he can't catch up to this archer. And he goes, Vangrill played no part, and this was between Vadir and myself, and I will pay the price with my deities for even advising such combat. However, I pray that you don't tell Vangrill what happened. I'm not sure his soul will be able to handle it. And tonight at camp, I am more than willing to answer any more of your questions.
I'm ashamed to call you a fellow elf. And Lythander turns from him, returning his sword back into its sheath.
Yeah.
Victor is going to alleviate his anger by burying the dead as best that it can be. And when his anger and exhaustion stress him to the point of crisis, he'll throw everything down and move up to Devik, heave him off his feet and slam him into a tree, and pretty much shake him down for coins, which he's going to straight up take from him now, and vow to return to the families of the slain here as blood money. And he says, as soon as the Lord Vangrill returns, I intend to tell him of your lethal treachery. It's not treachery, actually, but this folly that's cost people lives for an illusion.
And okay, go ahead.
That's all I'll say.
Yeah,
I'll take his coin and go back to burying the dead.
Yeah, and you'll get, let's say, 30 gold coins. And out of breath, Divik is going to say, please do not tell him. He was no part of this. And
he's killed people unknowingly because of this. I am certainly telling him. Do not think that you can stop me, Devik.
When you return, I plead you to speak to Vadir. However, on the rest of this journey, do not let him know.
I'll
I,
turn to Lythander. You can
yeah.
see clear in my face, writ Lythander, that I'm just placating this Devik, that I will tell Vangril nonetheless. But I'll look to you to see what opinion you give to his bizarre proposition.
Hmm.
Is Heckle
So,
near us?
yeah, I'm wondering where Heckle is.
Yeah, Heckle will be. He's always in the
Very
background
quiet.
somewhere.
Fair enough. Lurker?
Yeah, you think with a man that wears so many bells, you would hear him.
It's creeping me out.
Yeah, it is kind of creepy. An extra bell, man. So standing in the, I would say, I see Lythander, as you get up and go and do that with Deverick. Lythander's in the middle of finishing a grave, so he's still standing in that, with a shovel in hand, and he's kind of just watching it. And as you come up to him, he says, "Sir Victor, I share your feelings, but it is the Lord's lands and the Lord's laws. We are not. It is not our place to change them. I do not need to take part in them. I share that with you. But what you do, it's not honorable. Not something I expect from a knight. It's taking his coin."
I've taken none of his coin, I'll say. And I'll say, I swear upon this pale face, and I'll point down to a body that's nearly buried, that I will tell the Lord of this treachery. I'd care not a fig for these laws, as you'd call them. And with that, he'll gruffly shovel the last pail of dirt over this person's face.
So Lythander would just accept that we're probably not going to see holy eye to eye on that, and he finishes that grave and drops the body in and proceeds to fill it.
And with this, Devik has attempted to fix his loot the best he can, having been body slammed on top of it. And he just kind of leads Vangril away from the body, fearing that Vangril might recognize one of them. But yeah. But from Devik talk, you do understand that people have volunteered for training to fight Vangril in the past, and there might have been, a freak casualty every now and then, but just this has been the worst, especially having 3 seasoned warriors against these mostly defenseless people. Heckle, did you want to? I'm kind of interested in what Heckle would think of all this here, what he'd be doing.
Heckle is probably just, I think, amusing himself, to be honest. This questioning of honour and folly, it's not really his. The only thing that Heckle would do, really, is every time Lysander puts more dirt into the grave, is probably throw his voiceover, create a minor illusion, just let me out, and then laugh to himself. And that's about it.
Isn't that right? Alright. Well, with that, Vangril will walk all up to you and go, "Great battle. I'm glad to call you my warriors, and we have defeated all those evil foes."
We are no warriors, Lord, unknowing murderers. You have stricken down defenseless townsfolk here in a cunning bid from your father and this snivelling servant here, this puerile excuse for a retainer. We've engineered it thus so that these deaths and this blood is not only on our hands but on yours too. Such is the dangerous game they've played to train you up.
And Vangril look at you and goes, "Yes, yes. Their blood is on our hands, and it's a great feeling." But he didn't hear anything else you said.
Young Lord, I think you are not understanding the weight of Sir Victor's words. These people we killed were your small folk. They were not vile bandits or cultists. There are men, women, and what was it? Men, women, and old men. Boys, women, and old men set upon the road as some sort of twisted game.
And
I'll try and intimidate Devik to corroborate with a nat. If you're seeing bones there, a nat 20 with bardic inspiration with a 6 plus a 5 intimidate, which is a 31 intimidation.
Really angry.
and so Devik's gonna jump in and he's going to explain that basically everything he told you, that everyone who has been fought in the past has been members of the family. And you see Vangrill being crushed as he hears this, and he has the same cry as you. No more. I do not wish to fight anymore. I only want to kill the cultists who have spilled my family's blood. However, I fear that we might have even spilled more blood than the cultists. And he looks over and he says, I feel like we've had a rough day. Let's walk a little bit farther. Shall we honor the dead? But then set up camp. And I will need some sleep tonight. All right, and with that, just about a mile or two farther up the road, even though it's early in the evening, just this kind of great amount of stress that Vangrill learned about causes him to not know how to handle it. And as you go through your bag, you realize that one of the things that was taking all the weight was a 6-man tent, which Vangrill normally sleeps in, but he not feeling worthy says, I have too many family members who must sleep in the dirt tonight. I will just sleep on top of it. And he goes far enough away from you, not even eating, and with all your passive perception, you can hear him weeping. And around the fire, you see Devik also, who does not look that much better. But he calls you over, and like looking heartbroken and with tears in his own eyes, he says, I'm sorry that I made you come so far away from your family for seemingly no reason or even a dark reason. I retired from my bardic traveling duties so I could marry my loved one Kara, and we had 2 children. And tonight marks the first night in years that I have not been able to sing lullabies to them as they went to sleep. As a bard, I am paid to highlight the beauty of mundane life, but it has darkened my soul, attempting to bring beauty to the vicious actions of a deer. I hope that this one last quest will allow me to have enough money to move away from Terrahome and open up my own bardic college. And that is the sole reason why I signed up to such a gruesome quest. While I knew it would endanger others, I did not fear the aftermath of what we just came across. However, I fear even more for my wife and children every night they sleep in the royal palace, wondering if the king will get angry and bring them pain. And I had to make the choice to protect my family instead of some of my neighbors.
I'll spit in the ground as he finishes and point to the freshly turned earth back down the path and say, "Those people will sing no lullabies," and just walk away from this guy. He reviles. I'm reviled by him.
So, so as Lythander's listening to this story, he's spinning, knowing that he's also a traveler, a performer, spinner of tales, and probably a master of lies. Do I sense any kind of deceit in his words, or is there true fear for his family and missing of his loved ones? Just going to, what is that?
Insight.
That would be insight. Yes, thank you. Haha, he seems truthful to me.
Did you roll bad?
Yeah, I rolled bad.
Yeah, and you see his truth. And even without insight check, you rolled so good earlier that when you knew him, you see like the elven goodness in him, and that he really does fear if a deer would allow these people to be hurt. And once again, I don't think anyone intended them all to die, but he fears even more for his wife and kids, and he's done.
So, Lythander looks at him and with all this sincerity, and he says, "I trust your words, and I can see the sincerity of your love of your family." And he'll kind of look back to the path that they had come down, thinking to the mile or so back where those bodies lie in the dirt. And he says, as he stands up and looks down at Deverick and says, "It could just as easily have been one of your loved ones that were slain back there." And then he'll walk off in the woods, heading towards where he saw Vangrill.
Yeah, and Devitt calls out. He goes, "Those surely will be my loved ones if I did not do what I had to do."
You had a choice. It's the last thing Lythander says as he walks away.
Yeah. Does Heckle do anything?
No, not at the moment, unless I've forgotten his name now. I've got it written down here. Vangro has left his backpack, or has he taken that with him?
He's taken everything with him, and honestly, he gave you guys the opportunity to carry everything. So.
No, but Heckle will follow towards him, though. But
Yeah.
he won't say anything.
All right, and knowing that you guys were paid, and hearing that there might be some real danger out there, I trust that you guys will set up watches for the night. And if you want to work out how that will take place, then we can just say that a long rest is about to take place, and I can grab some water or, get up and stretch, and we're over halfway done if you're looking for how much time's left.
Okay.
I'm happy to take whatever rest suits you guys.
Mm.
I've only taken 4 damage, so it's not like I'm in dire need of a rest. I'll gladly take the first and the last, or whatever.
If one of you will take, Sir Victor, if you will take the first watch, it'll grant me enough time to meditate, and in that time I could carry through the rest of the watch.
Very well. It's all the same to me.
I was going to say, if you and Hector want to split it, that would be even better.
Yeah, I would say that Heckle would definitely volunteer to take the watch. Well, at least the first watch.
All right.
After all, you did help him carry his bags.
And so now that you have that worked out, we ourselves will take a short, 3 to 5 minute break, and then we'll jump into
Cool.
However, the night, how did you guys sleep on the information that just happened?
Not so well.
Golly. Every time I lead this one shot, characters react differently to that when they find out that they killed village people. And so I need that break to adjust how am I going to handle the rest of the encounter now that Vangril's a good guy.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, thankfully, I didn't kill any, so I'm not feeling quite as guilt of conscience like poor Victor.
Yeah, I really wanted to make it so that Vangril wouldn't kill any either, but you guys weren't strong enough. Yeah,
Yeah. Bones hates me.
yeah, he crit. Yeah,
Oh, no.
I love Hackle's comic relief.
Yeah. I'm a bit nervous about you, Heckle. I don't know if he's back yet.
Oh yeah, I'm back.
Chex, you're making me nervous, man. Could you reach behind you in that backpack that's overloaded and pull out a conscience?
Oh no! Don't bury me.
Yeah, just going back, a little role play here. As he's doing that, Lythander's just kind of like, too soon, man, too soon. Now, does Heckle know about the whole there's small folk that we killed, or is he like off thinking about the song he's gonna write about the battle he just fought?
No, Heckle knows. He's just Heckle.
Yeah. which makes me nervous, man.
Oh man, I love the character. Like, I want to throw this one shot into a campaign just for the character development it would make long term.
Yeah.
All right, everybody back and ready?
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll say the next morning. Typically Vangril sleeps in, but he's up early, sitting around the fire, and you see both him and Divik arguing. Both of their eyes are red with bags underneath, looking like neither of them were even able to drift to sleep last night. And Bangrel walks up to you and apologizes to all three of you and says, if I would have known that my father would have given me this mission, I would prefer not to go at all. However, I feel like it's important that we go and check out the mines because we do not know what is happening there, or even if the previous adventurers could handle it alone. But I do not expect you to fight, and if you would like, you can stay here at camp, and Divik and I will go alone. And you can return with me, and I will tell my father that you have completed your job.
I gave a word to take coin for the slaughtering of cultists. That'll do.
If cultists they be. And he just kind of levels a look at Devik,
Nice.
not knowing if he truly can believe that they're cultists.
If they're not cultists, we have no need to slay them.
And Vangrel says, I have heard the tales and seen dead miners being carted back into the city. I know that there was an attack on the mines. However, what happened yesterday, as much as I wish I could not speak of it, I feel like it would be an injustice to even attempt to forget the pain. And all those families, I will ensure they receive gold, even though I am aware that gold will not replace the loved one. I do not expect you to fight any more battles, and I I don't even know how to handle the situation myself.
Yeah, you can only take another step forward, Lord, and try to be a better attempt at how you envisage yourself as Lord of these lands. Your words stir me, and as I said, I've given oath for coin to rout out this evil of the mine. I'll follow you and see if you can pay some penance to these people through your action.
And
Yeah,
go ahead.
Lythander says, I don't judge you on the actions of your father. It's not my place to decide what your laws are. I don't feel they are just. But at one day you will be Lord, and I would expect that you do the right thing. And if by us accompanying you to help you achieve this quest brings you further down that path, then I will be part of that. But I'll tell you, if I get any sense that you play us, oath or not, I walk.
I'll um and Howard Heckle.
Heckle would just nod his head at that. But you can see him that he's trying to think about something. It's
Holy
just not coming
Checks,
through.
Checks, I want to play in a game with you where you're a guy that likes to talk. Because I swear to God, you got something you want to say.
But Heckle's not exactly. His mind's a bit muddled, so. But he does have one thought that just keeps nagging him. If there's more people out here who have been paid to train this boy, how do we tell them apart from people that are actually trying to kill us?
And with that, Divik pats a scroll case in his side, and he goes, I have written every encounter we will face, and then Bengal stands up and he goes, I refuse to fight anymore, and we will not be able to send messengers to let these fighters know that they are that the plan's off. But I feel like I will be able to convince them I know of their plans, and that'll be fine.
Can I borrow that for a second? And talking about the encounters list that he has.
And Divik says, I prefer not. You likely will not be excited about what we have planned.
Hand it over to him now, I'll say.
Yeah, and Vangril agrees.
What my friend said.
Yeah, and Vangril gave the same command. And you have this theory roughly written in Elvish, what looks to be a play script of what will happen. Do you read Elvish?
I do not.
Elvin?
No.
Hand the scroll to me.
Yep.
So I will translate it to Sir Victor and to Heckle.
Does anyone have any parchment?
I have my book, and he kind of roots into his bag and draws out a like a journal book.
We have charcoal from the fire too to draw with. Oh, you probably have a pen anyway.
I do have pen
Excellent.
and ink.
And he'll hand it to Heckle.
Yeah, and you'll basically see that this is written and it is signed by the signet ring of Vadir. So Vadir did pass this. And you just see 3 encounters. The first one where they were posed as soldiers. The second one to be posed as barbarians. And the third one to be posed as cultists. And Divik makes sure to explain. There really were cultists at the mine. However, we are perfectly aware and sure that the first explorers that we have sent out will be able to destroy or run off the cultists, and then our actors will come in and play the role of cultist for our last encounter.
Why not simply avoid them all? I'll say to Vangril.
And Bengal says, the safest route to the mine is by taking the single path. And I do feel committed toward taking this path to check out the mine. Because, if nothing else, I would like to myself confirm that it is safe. And through spectating it, see how we might protect it from any farther attacks. But I will make sure that Divik and myself will go ahead and make sure that any battles we come across, we end by telling them that we know that this is all a show.
As you say, Lord.
And so, yeah, and with this, Divik and Vangril says, I believe that we are overpacked. Feel free to leave whatever extra gear you'd like at this campsite, and we will send some messengers to get it once we return to the city.
I'd look to Lythander, taking him as the wisest, and yeah, see what he says we should keep and what we should throw away, and do as he says.
Yeah, and there were, by the way, like forgery and other kits, so you have parchment you could have copied on.
Ah.
Yeah, you basically have the whole store inside your bag.
That's okay, I got to read Lysander's journal.
It's all true, I tell you. Every bit of it.
I'm
Yeah,
not going to say it, I'm not.
Lythander would want to leave most of it behind. We would just want the practical things. Provisions, water.
Enough rope to hang ourselves.
Yeah, rope, a few torches. You know, maybe asking the Lord to tell us more about this mine, maybe describing it to us as we're packing. And one of the things you would also notice too is that Lythander kind of frowns as he looks at his leather armor, which was damaged in the fight. When he was struck, it kind of it ruined his chest piece, so he just kind of discards it. And he chants a magical incantation in its place. But yeah, I guess we would take those things. Can you guys think of anything else we'd want to take from that gear? We're leaving that 6-person tent behind. We're not taking that.
Yep.
Bedrolls.
Anything in excess Davik can carry.
I would probably take what I probably already have, which is what is it? That kit that starter kit you get with the rope, rations, mess kit, bedroll.
The Explorers.
Yeah, the Explorer one. Torches, water skin.
You guys are really testing me as a DM by taking my encounter list. Golly.
That's what players do to game masters. We always throw curveballs.
Yeah, that's the bad thing about playing with 3 like really good GMs. You're like, haha, everything you had planned. It's now improv.
Yeah.
Yeah, so as you guys are packing up, Divik and Bangril just being up all night have already packed up, and Bangril respectively walks about 50 feet in front of you, but you can tell that he's letting Divik have it. And besides the, physicality that Victor gave him, you realize Bangril's taking his role as a leader, and hopefully when he becomes Lord, he'll be able to lead like this instead of following in his father's footsteps. And so, yeah, and with that, just for the next hour or so, they stay, 50 feet in front of you, yelling, and, you crashed a couple hills. You realize that this forest isn't quite as beautiful, but it is more rugged wilderness, and you feel you might be getting closer to the mines. And, you crashed one more hill, and as Vangril and Divik get to the top, you see Vangril and Divik run down, and Vangril admits, "We do not wish to fight. I know this is just a charade." And if you're close enough, you can hear Divik kind of under his breath curse in Elvid as he runs down too. And are you gonna run after them, or are you just gonna walk normal pace?
Well, can we see where they're running to? I mean,
they're running down the hill. Like the hill kind of blocks your eyesight, but so you'd have to get to the top of the hill to see where they're running.
Right. So I probably Lythander probably wouldn't run until he got to the top of the hill and he actually saw. But he might quicken his pace a little bit just to see how come the Lord ran.
Yeah, I'll draw my blade and run up also.
Yeah. And so by the time you guys reach the top of the hill, you see that Divik and Vangril have made their way to the bottom, and they're running toward one large barbarian, a couple wolves, and 2 smaller tribal warriors. And Vangril keeps repeating, "The act is off," and he drops his sword, and he goes, "This is not worth the battle." And near the end, Divik passes him, and this large barbarian sinks his great axe into the neck of Divik, causing him to collapse in the ground. And looking back, and seeing you are so far away, Vangril runs to the forest, being quickly pursued by one of the dogs. And so you see Vangril running around these barbarians, and you see Divik moving just enough to show that he's not quite dead yet. But this barbarian warrior and these two tribal warriors walk up to you. So they're about 45 feet away. One of the dogs still chasing Vangril through the forest, and the other one just at heel with the barbarian. And the lead barbarian introduces himself. I am Guntart. Not long ago, my tribe ruled this forest. However, the Piabons have done horrible things. They have destroyed the land we lived in. They have hunted the animals for pleasure that we needed for food. And they have kidnapped our women. And at this point, Heckle and Victor, you'd both realize that the members of the harem you slept with last night appear to be members of the same tribe that Guntart is standing right in front of you.
Oh, fuck.
Heckle will clap and say, I think I know your sister.
Well, I think Heckle, making his first statement, has ended any chance of diplomacy, and I'm just going to let everyone roll initiative.
Lysander just shakes his head as Heckle says that.
By the way,
Never felt a barbarian sister,
yeah.
ever.
Heckle still has, if you still have your inspiration, I don't give over one inspiration, but just how great Lysander and Victor handled the other situation. I'll give both of you a point of. I'll give both of you a point of inspiration also. So now everybody has 1 point of inspiration. Oh, screw it. For the don't bury me, I'll give Heckle a second point of inspiration. So, yeah, let me roll for everything. I've been chat. You thought you ruined my game, but no, I had it planned. Roll. Don't do this to me, kid. Dice stream is being a D-bag to me, so.
Gotta use bones, man.
Does bones work?
Yeah.
Sweet.
It's a bit funny at times, but all in all.
I had to get permission, so I got it to work finally. Alright. Oh, golly, you're rolling like a pro. Good job, Dice Stream. I'm sorry. So you just had to get on Dice Stream's bad side, and then it works hard to live up to the hype. Where's my pen? This is so unprofessional. There we go. All right. Golly, he's good. 21. The wolves are going to be a 19, and Travor's going to go last. Alright. He's gonna go toward Wolf. Heckle. I'm probably gonna spell Lathander wrong again. Forgive me. Even though I have it written right in front of me. And finally, here. Alright. And so, about 45 feet in front of you, there is going to be this Guntard, and then 2 tribal warriors, and 1 wolf. The other wolf is still chasing Vangriel through the forest. Let me just get HP written down. Alright. And so, Guntard, being 45 feet away from you, is gonna walk about 15 feet up toward Heckle and say, "What did you say about my sister?"
I only said I knew her. And he'll do that air quotes thing.
Oh, golly. Well, what do you know? Guntard now has a spear.
So inflammatory.
Yeah, so Guntard is gonna throw a spear. Which in all the other games he never threw a spear. But don't do this to me, die stream. All right. And oh, how about that crit? Crit proof right there.
Oh,
All right. So Guntard and I don't even know what spear damage is.
1d6, I think.
Is it D6? I don't know. What is Guntard more of a spear or a javelin guy? What do you guys think?
I would say javelin, but
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, he calls it a spear just because he's so big, and he's not trained. But yeah, I think it's more of a javelin. So javelin same damage. 1d6 plus 3, 9 damage as this javelin. He's throwing it right at your mouth, trying to shut you up, and it definitely scratches the side of your face. And sticks in enough to do some good damage, but not enough to totally destroy you. So he walked about 15 feet up, throws the javelin, and his wolf, just in perfect heel, is going to follow him. And then with that, it's Heckle's turn, I believe.
Heckle's gonna kind of shake his head, dazed a little, rub his jaw, and without even looking, the molten fireball again appears, and he's just gonna lob it straight at 17 to hit.
Yeah, Guntard's just wearing, the simple hide armor, mostly unarmored. So yeah, this is definitely gonna hit him.
9 damage back.
Oh, 9 damage back. All right.
Trading blows.
Do you have a really good reply to say with that fireball?
No.
I totally put you in the spot there. All right. So that's your turn.
Yes, sorry.
All right, Lythander.
all right. Lythander already had his sword out, his scimitar out, so he reaches out on his back and he slowly draws out his short sword that he keeps there, and with his main sword hand, he kind of traces out that similar symbol that cuts into the air, much like you do at night with like a stick on fire. And when he finishes, the rune fades, and then he just kind of stands there. And as a free action, he would yell, "There's no need for blows here. Our companions spoke out of turn. There's been enough bloodshed in these lands, but we will fight if you press us to it." And that's where I'm going to end my turn.
Yeah, and Heckle cries out, "Yeah, your sister blew enough last night."
Yeah, probably. Did you heckle? Is that what you did?
Heckle's saying nothing.
I see heckle as more like an improv kind of bard, not like a real oratory bard.
No, Heckle's basically, he'd be picking up the javelin doing the Elvis Presley.
Yeah.
Nice.
But no, he'd still be rubbing his mouth after getting the javelin.
Yeah. I can't sing, but I like the slam poetry bars. They're my favorite to run. Yeah, and so Guntar's going to return to you. You're right. You've done nothing wrong besides signed up with the evil man. Simply leave us Vangril and this small human who can't keep his mouth shut with a funny hat. And we will allow the other two to return back to Terrahome and simply warn Vangril that we will be coming after him. Oh, warn Vadir that we will be coming after him.
I have a response, but I just want to give Sir Victor or Heckle a chance to respond too before I.
No, go for it.
Now you see, we can't let that happen. I agree. We took service with an evil man, but we did not know that at that time. His son is just another pawn in his evil plan. Would not be right to let you take him. We don't need to have bloodshed today. The choice is yours, but know that we will not go down easily. Choose, is this the day you meet your gods?
And Guntar, having already thrown a spear, he just puts his other hand on his great axe and he says, Vangril has stolen all of my daughters. The least I can do is kill his one son. And with that, we'll let Victor go.
Oh, gosh, I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. I don't like anyone here. I kind of like the barbarians, but I've sworn word to clear the mine. Does my character think that the barbarians are responsible for what's happening at the mine, or do I still think that's cultists?
You think it's cultist. These barbarians were simply one of the enemies who were out to get Vangril.
I'll say to them, what if Vangril now pledges before you all peace, a truce, begs forgiveness for the crimes against your people and some compensation? You have much, Vangril. The wealth of your father's hall was beholden to us several days back. You do not want for anything. At least you can give these barbarians something for the bounteous land you now occupy. Do this to stop further bloodshed, as I'll not raise hand against them. It's not part of my mission, nor was I contracted to protect you, Vangril. But such is your noble upbringing, you assume it. I'll stand there and wait to see what Vangril will do, if he'll actually sacrifice something to stop this, because I'm not going to help him kill these people.
Vangril's gone. He ran.
Yeah, he ran into the forest.
Yeah, it's just the three of us right there. Vangril ran off.
Yeah, when he saw that Divik got cut to the neck, he ran through the forest, and one of the wolves pursued him.
Oh, nice. I have no quarrel with you, barbarian. I go to slaughter cultists at the mine. If you will fight me, come at me. I'll take the dodge action and end my turn there.
All right, and with that, Guntar says, I wish that we could forgive and start over, but Vadir has already killed our tribe enough that we are just as extinct as the great beast of the land he has killed.
Then don't die fighting me.
Yeah, he has stolen all our women, and perhaps the most noble death is one that we can have, at least attempting to stand up for what I should have stood up for long ago. And, but he goes, once again, you have done nothing to hurt me. And so, I have no problems with you. However, with that, it's going to go to the spearman's turn, and are these tribal warriors who they are not going to throw spears at anyone but the bard who can't keep his mouth shut at good times. And Heckle, you had mage armor. Or
No, I've just
No.
I've got a reaction I can use.
you got a reaction. All right. 2 spears. I rolled 11 on both, so both of them will be 14.
Okay. I know pardon me if I bring up shield as a reaction, it'll protect against one of the attacks. It's whether it will protect against both. I don't think it does.
Yeah, I think
Shield does.
It does.
Yep. It's a reactionary spell, right?
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, and so both these spears are going to sail through the air, and they don't have quite as good aim as Gutart had, but both of them are looking to fly into your torso or chest. But all of a sudden, what does your shield look like that stops them?
It wouldn't actually look like anything, but Heckle would react by doing the mime in a box.
Very nice. So just a spear stop. Yeah, I like that. And so these 3 tribal warriors would just they would actually have to be a little bit closer when they threw spears. So they're about 10 feet ahead of Guntart and the wolf. But yeah, they look at you almost magically, wondering, how do you stop that? However, Guntart, is Heckle sure that he wouldn't want to say anything to Guntart?
Heckle will actually point over at Victor.
Alright. Well, with this being Guntart's turn, and him still being angry that you've magically stopped this, he is going to run at you and begin recklessly attacking you. He bypasses Victor and Lythander, because you guys still haven't done anything to offend him. And he will have a unnatural 20. So will that get through your shield?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, alright. So yeah, as you have both your hands held up, you'll just do a slicing blow just right into your arms. And that will do 7 damage.
Does he pass close enough to us to provoke an opportunity attack, or ghost point? Or is he wide enough?
How close are you 3 standing?
Well, comfortably close. I mean, I would probably say within a few feet of each other.
Yeah, since you did nothing on your turn, I would allow you to make a reactionary attack. Since you say, like, if I won't attack you, then if you don't attack us, we won't attack you. I won't let you, stop this attack by any means. But now that you've seen it,
no, I can't stop the attack. Yeah. I'm just wondering if I could use a reaction, because I didn't use a reaction that round.
Yeah, I'll say that you had a delayed action or a reaction that you can attack him now.
Okay, cool. I am going to do that then.
And he is reckless, so you have advantage.
Okay. So I rolled my first roll was a 16.
That will hit.
Okay, so I hit him for 6 slashing damage. And so the blow would have been probably for his thigh, just trying to stop him. And Lythander would he may be frustrated now. He would say, "No one has to die," and he just cuts that at the barbarian's thigh.
And as you slice, he looks at you and he goes, "Looks like you just signed your death note." And this is going to be the wolf's turn. And the wolf, not understanding English, was not offended by the bard's comment. However, seeing his master attacked, he would most likely run up and attack Lysander. And the wolf has pack. But this wolf is horrible at life. Um, yeah, like for some reason this wolf is stupid, not being domesticated, and bites your weapon instead of biting you. So he does no damage to you, and we go back to Heckle, who has a barbarian in his face.
Yeah, it's not a good place to be. Heckle is going to. There's not a lot he can do. So I'm looking at my spell list here. Heckle is going to cast another firebolt. Now that this barbarian's closer, and he's going to aim it right for his face.
Are you going to be at disadvantage for being so close to him and casting firebolt?
Good question.
Yeah, I give you a free 5 to step back and cast it not at disadvantage.
Well, yeah, because I was going to run away anyway.
Yeah, so yeah, if you just, I'll give you a free 5, but if you move more than that, it'll be opportunity attack.
Yeah. Well, in that case, it's still a 19.
Well, and honestly, if you want to do it where you're at, he is reckless, so your disadvantage would just cancel out your advantage.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So you could do it in his face for just a basic roll, or you could take a free 5 and have advantage.
Nah, I'll just throw it in his face for where I am. If it cancels out, and it's a 19 to hit.
Yeah.
And it's 10 damage.
Oh wow, yeah. What does that look like?
If he has a beard or eyebrows, they're gone.
Yeah, if he has a beard or eyebrows, he doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, his face is burned, so I will give all your teammates advantage this round, since this fire kind of changed his eyes. Why did I do that? Because it's useless, because you already have advantage.
And then I'm gonna cast Healing Word on myself.
Alright. Do you have a cool way to cast Healing Word? Like, just laughing maniacally?
Basically, he just shakes his head and the bells keep ringing. And until the point it gets to sounding like a church bell, and then it stops, and a few of his wounds are closed up. So that's 7 points back.
Great.
I'm going to run away.
Alright. You know what? Since you threw a firebolt in his face, and he can't see, I'll let you run away as far as you want without opportunity attack.
Yeah, I'm running my full distance.
Alright. Lysander?
Okay, so I see Heckle throw fire into his face and then run. Okay.
Yeah, you see a jester running by just going, "Hoo!"
Right. I am going to attack the barbarian.
Alright, you have advantage.
Does a 12 hit?
No, it does not.
Okay, so I missed on my first attack. Second one is going to be a hit. That's a 24.
Yep.
A hit for 8.
Alright. Yeah, and he's getting pretty close to being pretty bloody.
Okay. I'm actually going to action surge too and hit him again.
Alright.
Come on, give me a 20. Does a 14 hit him?
It does. Yeah, he's not
Okay.
wearing much armor.
Okay, so that's for another 9.
Yeah, and now blood's just kind of streaming down them.
All right. He probably doesn't look like he's going to yield, so I am not going to bother saying anything to him this round. And I will turn it over to Victor.
So now Lythander's fighting against these barbarians too?
Yep.
Fuck.
Dude, he's going to kill our bard.
Yeah, but our
The
bard's
bard-
just chaotic.
The bard kind of deserved it though. Like,
Yeah, that's it. I would fight him too if he said that.
Yeah, I would have probably cut his head off, but
And I just said that I wouldn't fight this guy if he didn't fight me. It's a hard one, but now that Lythander's in there, I feel like Lythander's a companion. If that's the case, are you wounded at all, Lythander?
no.
I'm going to move
Lysander
up
did attack
to.
first.
I'm going to move up behind, in front of, sorry, the barbarian chief Guntard, and just say to him, I can't. I'm not going to use an intimidation. I will try and stop him. I'm just going to try and hit him with non-lethal damage. I'm going to cut out twice with my greatsword, once for an action and once for an action surge.
All right, you have advantage.
Excellent. Yeah, 2 definite hits, a 24 and a 21.
Are they both going to be non-lethal, or do you want to do one non-lethal and then see what happens?
No, I just want to take him unconscious pretty much.
All right. Yeah.
So that's going to be, what's that? Just 10, 14 plus 6, 20 damage.
That's close to his hit points. You know what? Yeah, I'll say just that's close enough, and he doesn't really think you're gonna attack him. That I'll let you knock him out.
I'll yell out to the men around him, say that his leader is unconscious and at our mercy. Give up your fight. We will see to it that the jester apologises for his inference, and we'll leave it be at that. No one, as Lythander said, needs die here today. And I'll end my turn there.
Yeah, and the spearmen on their turn is going to drop their spears, meaning no harm, and go back to Guntart, who's still knocked out. Once again, wolves don't speak English, though. So this wolf is going to jump up and attack Victor. And he is definitely going to hit. Victor, make a strength saving throw.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I got over a 20.
Yeah, so this dog tries to pull you down, but you won't be knocked prone. However, his teeth definitely sink into you, deep into your arm, dealing 8 damage. Oh no, 10 damage.
10, okay.
Yeah, that's a max damage wolf bite. With that, we go back to Heckle.
The scary thing is, do I do what Heckle would do, or
Well, you're supposed to be role-playing Heckle.
It's not Chex playing, it's Heckle.
Yep.
yeah, but it just means everyone else sits at the table and goes, "Oh my, why did you do that?" I'm gonna cast Minor Illusion over Guntard's face of a dripping shank of meat. If the wolf can see it, that is, if it's within the wolf's eye line.
All right. Yeah.
So it would see it and smell this gorgeous hunk of meat.
Yeah. Okay. With that, We'll go to Lythander. Lythander.
Yeah. Lythander's going to grapple the wolf. He's going to wrap his left arm in around its neck and put his right arm up underneath behind its legs and just try to pull it back. And I'm going to draw it back 10 feet from Victor. So I think it's opposed strength.
Yeah, it'll be opposed.
Yeah. Okay. That's going to be so it's a 12. 12 for the wolf to beat.
Yeah, this wolf isn't like most dogs. It's barely been domesticated, so you go to hug it, but it's able to kind of shake you off and break your grip.
Okay. So that's what Lysander's doing that round. And maybe with his movement, he's going to position himself between Victor and the wolf, but not get between himself and his master, because he doesn't want to be threatening to them.
All right. Yeah.
And that's where I'll end my turn and hand it over to Victor.
All right, Victor.
Gunther's still remaining unconscious.
Yeah. Sleeping like
I'm going to go and Hex. These guys threw down their spears, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to go over to Hex and rally him, giving him only 4 temporary hit points. Yeah, and can we see any sign of our lordling's condition or any sign of him? Okay, yeah. In that case, I'll do an intimidate for the men to, haul their wolves into line. I'll try and scare the wolves away.
And yeah, they were going to do that next turn. They were going to do that next turn anyway.
Okay, cool.
I'll
intimidate them for 16 too. Yeah, calling the wolves off and heal up Heckles.
Yeah. What do you say to Heckle? I'm curious. What's this rally you give him?
You're lucky they didn't kill you. You pulled us into needless slaughter by your insults to what is obviously a proud barbarian. You don't value life so highly, but I do mine. So don't gamble with it like this in the future. We do not need to. Yeah, I know. We both know what you said. But I'll leave it at that. Yeah. Yeah. It's all about making sure the barbarians will wake up in a state fit to leave. Probably surprised that they actually live.
Yeah, and the tribal warriors are going to call back the wolves, and the wolf is going to listen to them, kind of realizing that no one else is fighting. I don't know how dogs think, but the wolf is gonna kind of back off, trying not to show weakness, still growling at you, backing up, but walk back to the tribal warriors, and they tell you, we are sorry. Guntart has just realized that he will likely be the last chief, and he doesn't want legends to tell that he was the chief who allowed the tribe to die. We will nurse him back to health. And they also attempt to call off the other dog who was chasing Vangril through the forest. However, the dog doesn't come back. But you guys have a pretty good idea of the area of the forest that Vangril ran through. And if you make an easy investigation check, you could probably find the path.
Yeah, I'll roll.
14.
Yeah, I got a 10.
Yeah, 10's all you need. Just Vangril kind of takes off in some brush, so you see leaves, branches broken, and grass knocked down. So you guys can, even though it's dense, you can look forward, and if you want to follow this path to look for Vangril, you'd be able to.
Okay.
What say you, Lathander?
Yes. We must seek out the young lord. The wolf that chased him does not know that we no longer fight. And so he would actually kind of go at a pretty quick pace, as quick a pace as he could go through the woods.
Yeah, and so just looking down and following this trail, you realize that there begins to be a blood trail, and that this wolf likely got a few good bites off on Bangril as he was running. However, as you follow the path, you find a wolf with a broken neck, and just blood spewing out of his mouth, laying just off the trail in the brush. And you see, well, Vangril was able to fight this wolf and take care of him, but the amount of blood causes you to feel that he is probably pretty wounded. And
Right.
yeah, you probably want to continue this trail to see where he might be bandaging himself, or
Well, at that point, I'd probably start yelling out his name. Vangril! Vangril!
I'll join him.
It's Lythander!
yeah, and you guys call out, and it echoes throughout the woods. But just during that whole time in battle, it. Actually, yeah. Let's. Can we go back? I kind of forgot to mention that there's Divik dying in the ground. So can we pause here and do the back?
Oh, I remembered that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that too.
Yeah, so now we're gonna go back and make a Game of Thrones transfer to Divik. And so Divik was making death saves. However, he did not do too well. And so by the time you reach him, you can make a medicine check if you want, but regardless of what you rolled, I'm gonna say this wound, basically the great axe sliced his jugular and he's slowly bleeding out. But he does look up to you. And he says, yeah.
Oh, sorry. You go for it.
He looks up to you and he says, perhaps this is the fate I deserve. He says this in a much more dramatic, dying way, but it's too late for me to act. Perhaps this is the fate that I deserve, since it's the fate that I caused so many yesterday. However, and he looks up at Lythander, since, Lythander is the most noble and just he sees. Victor is, Victor, and Heckle is Heckle. He looks at Lythander and he says, please make sure Vangril safe, and then save my family. Vadir tends to punish his servants who don't please him, and I fear that if he learns that this journey went this poorly, then he might take out punishment on my wife and children. So please promise me that on your return, you'll save Kara and my children before Vadir can touch them.
I'll just look to Lythander.
In Elvish, Lythander says, you have balanced the scales. I will find your wife and children and make sure that they do not suffer for your ill dealings. Find peace.
And as you say this, Vadir just slowly closes his eye for the last time. And even though these tribesmen run and they attempt to put some herbs into his mouth and treat his wound, he does not come back.
I would just wave off the tribesmen and say, he chose his fate, cannot be undone, and that's when we would probably rush off after Vangril.
Unless Heckle does something.
Yeah, before we rush off, Heckle's going to pat him down to see if he's got any coin, any on him, worth or anything.
You see a pouch that probably would have held about 30 gold if it was not already stolen by Victor earlier.
Oh well.
Yeah, you find a mostly broken loot.
I believe Victor liberated that money. He didn't steal it. There's a difference.
There's a tiny grey line.
Yeah. You see, Divik was my PC, And so, from that view, it looks more like stealing and battery. But yeah, from your view, it's
He's a
just
scumbag.
History is written by the victors. We're the victor was the victor. So.
yeah. All right, I just spit out a little bit of water there. Yeah. Okay. So oh well, you can walk over to where you think now my computer can turn off because you got wet. You walk over to where you think Vanguard with the forest. If you want, you can roll investigation. Oh, what's that? You got 11 and a 17. Oh, that's good enough to see a path. You see a path to see some blood. You follow it for a while. You realize that the wolf probably got a few good bites at Vangril. As you get deeper, you look to the left and you see a wolf with a broken neck. And Vangril, you find out that Vangril likely broke this wolf's neck and was able to survive. However, he probably took some grievous wounds. At this point, you might be, you know, provoked to begin shouting out Vangril's name. And you do, but it echoes through the woods, and nobody responds. And you still kind of notice. Roll another investigation check.
Can I roll a survival to follow his blood trail?
Yeah, survival works also.
Yeah, sweet. 16.
Yeah, 15 for me.
Yeah,
Natural
so
20.
even though Vangril is no longer like just running through and cracking branches, with the blood trail, you're able to follow it and avoid a random encounter out of the forest and back into what appears to be a trail. Somehow, since checks rolled sugar in the investigation, is there something special that Bardic training has taught you to be able to follow trails?
Not really, no. It's more to do with the fact that he's been chastised and his eyes are to the ground in kind of shame.
Oh, really? I thought it was because you're hoping that Vengril's dead and you can pat him down, too.
Yeah. All right. And so,
Caroline, you broke me.
and so you guys begin following this trail, still seeing the blood, and ahead of you, kind of against the horizon on this trail, you're able to see a small humanoid figure that appears to be crawling toward you. So I'll let you approach or do whatever you want with that.
Bendrail, is that you? And I'll just, I would cautiously approach it, but, I mean, can I see that it's him?
As you get closer, you realize that it's not wearing the plate armor Vangril was. It's much smaller, probably female, and it's wearing more rogue's garb.
Okay, so I would draw my weapon at that point, and probably swing my shield around.
Who goes there? Name yourself.
And you see this figure, badly injured, just kind of look up at you, just seeing female eyes underneath the hood of the rogue.
Who are you?
Yeah, and you see the mouth open, and simply blood gets coughed up, but no reply.
Is she human? Is she pure human?
We'll say Elvin.
Okay. So, in Elvish, he'll say, "Who are you? Who did this to you?"
Yeah, and go ahead, Shari, cut you off.
Yeah, he's just gonna probably close the remaining distance, but still wary. Steady yourself. Is she still crawling, or
Yeah,
has
kind
she
of
stopped?
crawling, and you see at this point a bloody and very hurt. And as you get closer, you realize that you saw this woman in a much better state at the interview station, and you recognized her name was Talora, and she was a very well-known assassin, and she was one of the ones that you saw. Well, how could I get chosen and not her? Because she's definitely a better warrior than me, and probably with all this in your head, well, the two fighters' head. I have no clue what the bard's thinking about. But you two begin putting the pieces together and figure he was probably chosen on the real mission to save the mine. But
Yeah.
as you get closer, you see that she's putting out blood, and the reason why she hasn't been able to answer you is her tongue has been cut out.
Okay. I'll look towards Victor and say, we must help her, and he'll return his weapons and say, we mean you no harm. Let us tend to your wounds. See if we
Take
can.
out the medicine kit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Healer's
and
kit.
you guys can roll medicine, but regardless of what you get, I'm going to tell you. It seems like she should not be alive. You see deep cuts all over her torso and body, and probably some pretty serious wounds have been cut. But strangely enough, it doesn't look like this was done by weapons. Um, you can roll medicine to see if you can find out what these wounds look more like.
Sure. I got a 19.
19. Yeah, with that, yeah, definitely no sword you've seen. It looks more like maybe a beak or like talons did this damage.
Perhaps Griffin, I'll say, unsure of the creatures of this particular realm.
And she shakes her head, no. But once again, only being able to cough out blood. But and she kind of like begins writing in dirt a message, wondering if you guys might have something better she could write on. Lysander stepped away, but if you still have his journal, she might be able to write a message in that.
Yeah, and a forgery kit that the Jester has.
Yeah, if he held on to that, then he could
Oh yeah, I did. Yeah.
yeah. And so he begins writing a message, and basically what you guys already thought, he was picked to actually free the mines. But even though they killed all the cultists, there was a demonic force which were able to destroy all the warriors. And then, like, looking around, like, she only counts 3 of you, and she writes on this bloody forgery kit, which is now pretty much covered with blood and ruined if the bard wanted to keep it. Where's Vangril? And now she begins underlining, where's Vangril?
Yeah, I'll say we have no idea. He's in the woods. We
And
were following his blood trail and it led to you.
yeah, and you see her very angry, saying, "You had one job."
To clear the mines and slaughter the cultists. We've been able to do that, yes, so have you.
She writes, "That was our job. Your job was to babysit the brat."
How did your job go?
Yeah, and anyway, with this, she just kind of writes a ending message that says, "Beware of," and I'll just write the name in chat. It's gonna be Yerjander. But and as soon as she writes that message, um, she immediately collapses, as if the only reason she was still alive was to deliver that message. And if you'd like, you are free to check her for a coin purse. Heckle.
Yeah, I'll pat her down.
Yeah. And you see that all her weapons.
Not like that. Sorry.
What was that?
No, it was the look on Lionel's face there when I said I'll pat her down.
Yeah. Yeah, but you realize that all her weapon and equipment have been taken off of her, and so yeah, she has an empty like sheath for a dagger and like maybe an empty package where she might keep some poison, but nothing's on her besides this very bloody like rogue gear with all of these cuts that look like they were made by beaks and talons. But however, you guys are pretty sure that if you continue down the road where he was walking away from, you might reach the mine.
And where did the path of that Vangril is this the way he was heading?
You still see blood, and blood led you to where this, like pretty much you think like near the end of that path, he bandaged himself up, and the blood stopped right about where you saw this rogue crawling toward you, and you still see blood on the ground, but at this point you're unsure if it came from the rogue or from Bangril.
It'll be
Unless-
fresh, it'll be brown.
Well, both of them had recently been in the same. I'll let you roll survival to see if you can tell blood splatter apart.
Okay, sure.
Go CSI picture on it.
I got a 14 to determine her blood from his.
I can tell no difference.
Hers would be smirched from crawling, and his would be like in a thin trail from moving swiftly.
Did you roll, Heckle?
No, I didn't.
All right. Well, Victor has the knowledge that blood would be smudged from her crawling. However, if he was moving, it would be droplets or whatever he said that I tried to replicate. And you see a mixture of both types of blood. So you think that he hasn't bandaged himself up very well. And, yeah, so would you like to follow this blood path?
Victor,
I'll turn to Lysander.
if you think you found the path, lead on.
We'll do so.
And I would just turn back down towards the. What was her name? Well, I can't remember what you said her name was, but it was a T.
Talora.
Talora.
Yeah.
He would turn towards Talora and say, in Elvish, he'd say, "Peace, peace, peace to you on your journey," and then he would start following Victor.
Yeah, and you see pretty close that this trail has the markings that like heavy carts have been pulled. So you think it is the way to the mine, where these weighed down carts filled with ore would be taken into the city. And so as you get closer to the mine, you see that there is a big heap of bodies that is cultists, some other adventurers. There's a Dorvish warrior that you recognize from the interview place who was much stronger and, seemed to wield a weapon better than all of you. You also see a high elf wizard who appears to be dead and within this pile. And as you're looking through the gear, you've seen most of them would be stripped, but one piece of armor stands out to you. And this is the breastplate of Bangril, right near the outside of the mine. And I'll let you roll investigation, because it's kind of placed kind of haphazardly against the wall on the side. And if you roll good enough, I'll let you.
It's too far for me to see. Oops.
Yeah, I got a crit.
You got a 20? Yeah, okay, then from you, yeah, it's almost like in your head you see what might have happened. And Vangril, wherever he came out of the forest and walked down this path toward the mine, he sees this large pile of dead bodies, and just with all his injuries from the wolf bite, he knew he needed to run into the mine to try to save it. So he just like unclipped his armor so that he'd be able to move faster and not be so restricted by it. Do you think there's an unarmored Vangril who is inside?
When Vangril ran into the woods, did he pick up his sword?
No, his sword was still not laying far from Divik. One of you would have had the opportunity to pick it up.
I don't think I would have picked. I wouldn't have picked it up. I was just wondering. I didn't know if that was just a piece of information I had missed when he ran into the woods. So turning towards Victor, and I don't want to be dismissive of Heckles, so he would probably be addressing him as well. Something does not sit right with me. It's been troubling me this whole journey. I'm not sure if you feel the same way. I feel that we are being used and
I agree. I contemplate leaving them all to their own folly.
Yeah. And if you look at the pile, you will see there are bodies of cultists who are clearly not like the common people of Terrahome, but of a different race.
And are they actually stacked up or just like strewn about like from fighting or something?
Basically they're not piled in a heap, but basically fallen where they believe they fell for the shard. But the wizard and the dwarven fighter seem to be, almost fallen on top of each other.
Oh, okay. So do we go in after the fool or not?
What say you, Heckles?
If we go in and get him, we get the gold and potentially die. If we don't go in and get him, we don't get the gold and potentially die.
If he dies, perhaps there'll be a new and better king than he would have been. He seems inept, if you ask me. Maybe us foregoing some coin is worth the countless people of this kingdom getting a chance at better governorship. Nonetheless, we did say we would clear the minds of threat, and if threat there is still here, we must do so. So I'm on a bound, much to my chagrin. So yeah, I'll go down with you.
Yeah, Lythander just grudgingly will nod to that, and we'll start moving forward.
Yeah. All right. Well,
And Heckle will scratch his head and think to himself, I didn't actually say I was... Oh, wait up, guys.
1 second. Sorry, I just want to see just how deadly this next battle could be. Not looking great for you guys. All right. If you would like, before you go down, I'll give you the opportunity to take a short rest, if that would help any of you.
It would get me back to full hit points, certainly.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if anybody needs it, I've got the Song of Rest.
I'm in no great rush.
All right. If there's anything important that might happen during the short rest, feel free to play it out now. And we'll just say that whole conversation took place while you were resting. If not, I'll say that you begin to descend into the cave or the mine, and you see that the whoever was in charge of the mine definitely was not a skilled uh, like miner, because you see basically one shaft that goes in until it kind of caved in, and then right next to it another shaft they started until that caved in. So you kind of follow a few of these caved in, but then you finally find one that leads into a larger room where you think, this is probably where they loaded the cart and um, just like carried in all the ore that they had gotten from the other shafts. And you see a humanoid figure without any armor sitting on what looks to be an altar.
Is that you? What's his name?
Vangril.
Flangren.
Vangriel.
Is that you, Vangril?
And Vangriel looks up at you, and he does get shit on the altar, but he calls out, "It is I."
Right. So I probably should have said this. So as we entered into the mine, what you would have seen was like 4 globes of glowing light that, like a teal light, and they're the same globes that Lythander used when he entered the King's Hall, and so he would have had those going out as like torches. So when we come in and see that, 2 of those globes fly towards and near the human, lighting them up.
And you see that he attempted to bandage himself up of his wounds, but he definitely has some deep gashes on his legs and arms from battling this wolf with no weaponry.
Young Lord, what hope did you have? Did you think coming in here without weapon or armor?
I I don't know. When I entered, I was I was attracted to what might be inside.
Lythander looks at his 2 compatriots, kind of like a raised, like an arch, like a Spock eyebrow. Basically, the look is like, WTF?
Yeah, I say. I give you a look which would indicate to you I think this guy's a wretch. He seems maddened or crazed.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't look like he. Either that battle with a wolf, with him taking some pretty massive damage, or something else has definitely done something to him.
What else lurks in this cave apart from your madness? I'll ask him.
And you just kind of see his mouth move, and echoing through the cave, he says, "Jorzander."
Yes, we've heard this name. What does it mean?
Jorzander is more powerful than anything I have ever accomplished. More powerful than my father, even more powerful than you foolish warriors who
I'll
weren't
step
even
up and cut
able
his
to
head off
keep
with
me
my
safe.
greatsword. Yeah,
Alright?
I'm gonna
What
throw
are you
down
gonna
on this
do?
guy. I'm gonna walk up
Okay,
and try and beat
roll.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah, straight up. Two-handed. Fuck yeah. 16 to hit.
Oh yeah, he does have armor on that hit.
He takes 10 slashing damage.
And you kill him.
What have you done? I mean,
A maniac. I've killed a
Victor.
monster.
Yeah, Victor goes so quick. I mean, even Lythander is just totally just stunned. He's like didn't even move.
Yeah, and you see that and maybe this will give Victor a chance to include the goriness, but basically, without being any weapon or armor and kind of in a seated position, he has no way to dodge. And so he tries to bring his arms up to block the sword strike. But yeah, I believe if you kill someone this gruesomely, Victor, you're gonna have to describe how.
As he raises up his arms to instinctively fend me off, I just shear through both of them at gruesome angles, like rendering him maimed and useless. For the blade just shears up off his collarbone into his neck and sprays out across the throne that he's sitting on, and cut short his laughter. I'll kick him down and then pick up his cloak and wipe the blood off my sword and turn to you guys and say, I fear him possessed by whatever this Zender is. I'll say, be on your guard. This maleficence lingers here still, I fear. And with that, he'd take a position which shows that he feels threatened by some unseen danger. Lythander, being keen of eye, would kind of notice him for the first time actually looking fearful.
I sense an ill presence here. And you see the 4 globes of light quivering a little bit. They kind of just blink for a second or two before Lythander gets back control over himself and the light steadies. I have no stomach for this anymore. And
we gave oath to destroy the evil of this mine. We must persevere. Go back and give news to the king of the madness of his. Oh fuck! Actually, I killed him.
Character.
Too late to use the inspiration.
hey,
I literally felt like he's some possessed demon or lich or necromancer, and I was just like, I am not going to let him fucking whole person me.
And now that you've had a chance to think, you realize your son probably wasn't possessed, maybe charmed, but not possessed.
Oh well, hopefully someone would believe me.
All right, how does Heckle? How did Heckle respond to this killing of the son?
Heckle did the old basically Macaulay Culkin from Home Alone.
Yes.
So he's just standing beside Lysander, just kind of looking like that, a bit shocked, but partially amused. If something's charmed him, he's probably going to try and charm us.
Hypothetically
Yeah, that's why I'm
speaking,
paranoid.
hypothetically speaking, how much HP do all of you have?
We had a short rest, so we're all on full.
Yeah, give me the number.
Oh, I see what you mean. 20. I think
Oh.
mine's 28. I'll just double check for you.
Yeah, I'm 25.
All right, good. Well, not great for you guys. I'm just gonna have to alter some of the way that these attacks do damage.
28. Yeah, I've got 28 health.
All right. Lysander, did you have something interesting that you want to say that I cut you off from saying twice?
Oh no, I just wanted to respond to what Victor said when you started talking about our oath. And Lythander just kind of, he wouldn't spit. That would be very uncouth for an elf to do. But the look on his face said if he were human, or dwarf, he probably would spit on the ground. He said, my oath ended when it was made through deceit. I owe
Same.
nothing to that king. I certainly do not own my eternal life. And with that, he turns and he starts walking back the way they had come, and his globes start to follow.
All right. Well, about this time, everyone make a Constitution saving throw.
All right. And that's how you trigger something, guys.
Yeah, leave the dungeon.
Yeah. Yeah, I am. I'm gonna use my inspiration.
I got a crit for my con save. And got the stone bone.
Nice. That's a well-used inspiration right there. My con was a 21.
Nice. What about
13.
Heckle? 13?
Yeah.
All right. Well, you hear this horrible screech echo all throughout the cavern. And even though it kind of causes all your ears to bleed, the two of you who are warriors have heard shrill battle cries, so neither of you are affected. However, the bard, not being as experienced as a warrior, will now be stunned um, until this enemy makes his turn. And just by judging the echoes, you look near the entrance of where you came from, and you see a Vrock, this demonic bird-like creature, who you all can pretty well see might go by the alias Zergander. And he will say to you, kind of telepathically, which is how you think he had been communicating with the enchanted prince. You have ruined my sacrifice. I hope that the three of you will be able to make up for the one that I had already prepared.
Nice. Way to go, Nick.
What'd you say?
I said, way to go, Nick.
And
Kill
if
the
you guys,
sacrifice.
yeah, and if you guys want to roll initiative.
Oh, yes.
Oh my gosh!
Nice.
I got another crit.
You got a 1? Is that a 1?
That's your one.
Nice. I like his initiative.
Yep. So Nick, you crit.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey,
Now all
hey
the dice
Nick,
will
can
be
I get
shit.
your bones,
Hey.
man? My bones are. I haven't yet to roll a crit on my bones in like 3 games.
I need them.
I think it was
You're
it
on our
Nick?
team. I like that.
Was
Which
it
is
your
good.
game I was in, Nick, when I rolled the two
Oh,
to
yeah.
advantage? I'm sure that was Bones that was on.
I have never
Yeah, both
killed.
are nice.
I played my first ever game of D&D just over a month ago, and Nicholas Dawson killed my first character, and so
Oh.
I would not
Nick.
feel bad if I returned the favor. And Brock's are very challenging, and I'm kind of wavering, depending how
Hey,
good
yeah.
you do.
There is no chance you will kill me. You have no chance.
Really? I have a
No, I'm
five.
just being
I have a
dickhead.
5 in attack. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got an elf.
All right. Too bad none of you picked dwarves because these are concaves. Then you did crit. Did you?
Yeah, Victor should go first. He rolled a net.
Yeah, Victor crit. Okay, but you got unmodified. All right.
Yeah.
Lythander, and then finally Heckle. Oh, well, and then finally, like going 3 days from now, Brock. We'll say that you're in a pretty big room. We'll call it it's rounded, but roughly 80 by 80. 80 feet will be the radius. So I'll let you place yourself wherever you want. I don't care. I'll give you that much advantage.
Well, I would imagine that I'm at least 10 or 15 feet probably away from where Victor and Hector are because I started walking towards the exit.
Yeah, and if he's near the exit, then depending on where you want to say the altar is on the room, I'll let you place yourself.
Yeah. So I'm probably about 15
next
feet
to the
away
altar.
from that.
Yeah, I'd be next to the altar because that's where I cut old mate's head off.
How many feet away do you want to be from this thing?
Oh, I don't know. 5
3
feet on top of double its movement away.
Yeah, yeah.
5 or 6 miles.
5,
maybe?
6 miles. Yeah, I'd say if the altar's in the middle of the room, you are going to be about 80 feet away, and like
Excellent.
that.
That means I won't have to move far to kill it.
So we'll say the altar is in. But if you want to be closer than that, so you can reach him and attack, then that would be fine. I don't know. I'll let you decide. But unless you place yourself someone else, I'll say that Lythander would be 15 feet closer than wherever you are, Nick.
To the rock or to the exit?
To the rock gate at the exit.
Okay, I get you. Cool. And is it my turn first?
I like Kick. 5 or 6 miles away in a tavern with a pint of and Kuthar shit there.
Oh, she was great.
Oh, you are incorrigible.
Yeah, I'll just move up 30 feet closer to this rock and take the dodge action. So it has disadvantage on attacks against me.
Alright, so you're about 50 feet away now.
Cool, and that's where I'll end my turn.
Alright, Lythander?
I'm going to move up next to Victor, is what I'll do. And, yeah, I'm going to trace my symbol for my Blade Ward.
Alright. Heckle?
Well, there's nothing Heckle can really do if he's stunned.
Yeah, you are stunned. I was just going to hope you said something so I could ruin it for you. Be like, wrong! But yeah, you are currently stunned, so you're going to be... are you at the altar?
I would probably have been about... If Lysander had moved... Because I was standing next to him, if he'd moved away, probably...
You're about 30 feet away from us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
yeah, because you moved on that turn.
I don't know what the other two of you were planning with your movement. Because you guys are about 50 feet away from the Vrock. The Vrock speed is 40 feet. Unless it's flying. And then it's 60 feet. So this Vrock's just going to fly over to you. And I feel like its primary target here would be the one who ruined his sacrifice.
Yeah, bring it on.
So, this Brock is going to attack twice. At first, he's just going to, while flying up, go with a beak peck. But you're able to just, like, easily parry that away. However, as you use... Wait, I forgot I was at disadvantage. So... Alright, so I was actually at disadvantage, so the... yeah, you're able to parry the beak away. However, that leaves you wide open for the Vrock's talon to come and just cut you across your armor. And how mean am I gonna be? Oh, do I want to kill Nick? Do I want to kill Nick?
Ooh, I hope you don't want to kill Nick. I mean, Victor may die, but...
Yeah, you're right.
Nick, that's a whole different story, man.
Just how much damage are you rolling?
Well, it's supposed to be... Alright, that's not bad. Yeah, I didn't roll that good. You'll take 15 damage.
Oh, well, that bloodies me in one hit.
Alright, I
Dodge
won't do
action.
that. I won't do that. You take 11 damage.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I went from D10 to D8, which the roll was about the same. But, yeah, so this Vrock is now in your face and has cut you with talons, and now you see how it probably did this much damage to Talora. Alright, with that, we go back around to you, Victor.
Okay, I'm going to cut it down.
Imagine, Victor.
Yeah, twice. I'm going to use my precision dice if either of them are too low. Yeah, the first one I'll use my precision dice. So it's a crit on one, and the other will be a 9%, 18 to hit.
Both those hit?
Okay, cool. It's going to be 20 damage, and because I've got Great Weapon Master, when I use a bonus action, I get to hit again. So I'm going to do the -5 to hit plus 10 damage on this last roll. Fuck, and I miss.
Oh, shit.
That's it for me.
Yeah, and you realize you're sure it hits this demon, but it doesn't quite do the damage to it that you're used to hitting, more human or fey targets. So there's something about a fiend that's able to resist your strike. Alright, with that we go to Lythander.
All right. So Lythander takes advantage of the Vrock attacking Victor, and it sees an opening, and he reaches over with his sword hand, and as he touches as his hand touches the flesh of the rock, a charge of arcane energy shoots into the creature. It's that same kind of teal electric static charge, and he needs to make a. Well, I got to make a 2-hit, but then he's going to have to make a. What is it? Oh, does it get a save? Oh no, it doesn't get a save. I just got to hit it.
All right.
Come on. Oh shit. No, 10. I'm not going to hit it with a 10.
Nope. Yeah, and
just as the energy is released, the rock rolls out of the way or moves out of the way, so that it just discharged into air.
Yeah, basically, as you reach out to grab it, and as your magic begins flowing, you just basically kick your hand off of it, and it just sparks, into the air away from it.
And Lysander stumbles back a pace.
All right. To you, Heckle.
So the stun is worn off,
Yes.
and Heckle's just gonna shake his head, and the bells will ring. And he's gonna lift up his cane, and it's got the skull on the top, and he's gonna have a small conversation with it. What do you think we should do? You could run. No, I can't run. Ah, screw it. And the firebolt will appear in his hand again, and he will lob it at the Brook.
All right. Is that a saving throw?
There is no saving throw, nope.
Okay, so you just roll.
Yep. It's a 19 to hit.
Yep, that will hit.
And it's only 3 damage though.
All right, and with this being a creature that's used to hellfire, the fire hits it, but it can take the heat pretty well.
And then I'm going to run towards my companions.
All right. So anyway, the Brock is going to still be targeted on Victor, and he's going to first attack with its beak again. For a, do you have your shield?
My AC is 18 at the moment. I still got
Alright.
the. I don't have the dodge action anymore.
Yeah, so as with it like leaning up to you, and you're able to hit its head away with your shield. And so once again, it's going to try to pivot its body midair and cut you with its feet, talons, and oh yeah, that's definitely going to hit. So that's going to do 8 damage to you as its talons like just slide right beneath your shield and just cut you across your chest. All right, nice buddies, I want you, but that'll be all right. All right, and just speaking in your head, only your head, with telepathy, you'll say, "Yes, you will make a nice sacrifice for me." And with that, it's your turn.
Okay, I'm going to cut into him with advantage because I'm flanking him with my companion. I'm going to use my precision dice on that. 13 plus 5, 18 to hit.
Yep.
He takes 11 slashing damage.
Ooh, nice.
And a bonus action, I'm going to second wind.
All right.
And that's it for me.
All right, Lysander.
All right. So Lysander is going to strike it with his sword. His magic didn't work last time. Oh, for a nat 20.
All right. Full damage.
So that's 10 points. Oh, no, 11 points of damage because it's full, right? On a crit? Yeah. So I do 11 points.
Yeah, and the thing is about you critting, you've kind of seen this frog's weak spot, so it's not going to be resistant to
Okay.
you at all. So yeah, you're gonna hit this thing as hard
What's
as
a
you can
rock
possibly
look
can.
like? That sounds familiar to me, but I can't remember what they look like.
It
And I
looks
don't have my monster manual handy, so
it looks kind of like
like a turkey or something.
a little bit like a crow maybe. Um, very slender and I can show you the picture. The monster manual. Bow, 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 bow. It's that one.
All right, so you see how its
Yeah.
back leg is?
Yeah.
That's what it is. He strikes right there. He just kind of brings his scimitar right across the tendon across the back of its leg.
Nice. Trying to hamstring it.
Yeah, kind of that vital spot. And I am going to, what is it called? Action surge? Yeah, I'm going to action surge and strike it again.
Yeah, and you definitely feel like you hamstrung it pretty good, but since it's flying, its movement isn't going to be impaired in the sky.
Right. And then his second strength. Whew, I didn't crit, but I got a 23 on my 2 hit, but I rolled 6 on my damage, which is max, so I did another 11 points of damage to it.
All right. Since you didn't crit this one, you didn't get a satisfying hit.
Yeah.
But you're slowly knocking this thing down. Not as quick as it's taking Victor down, but you're finding a little bit of success. Is that your turn?
Yeah, that's my turn. I will hand it over to our
Heckle.
intrepid bard.
All right.
As Heckle's running across, he's going to be cranking the organ grinder. Did I describe? I think I did, didn't I? It's an organ grinder made out of a human skull.
Yeah, yeah.
And he's going to impart bardic inspiration on his companions. And then he's going to draw his sword and attempt to strike.
You're throwing a sword?
Did I say sword? Dagger, sorry.
Okay, I got you.
Oh, crap. Sorry, I can't find my... Yeah, I'm going to use my inspiration on that, I think.
All right.
19 to hit.
Yeah, 19 hits. And with it being kind of preoccupied with the other two, it doesn't really see this attack coming, so you get it.
Oh, nice damage.
Nice. It does 6 points of damage.
6 points of damage. All right, I'll record that as 3 points of damage. All right, so now it's back to the Vrock. And, the Vrock will once again go after Victor. Obviously not even feeling threatened by the other two of you, even though you're attacking it. And it will... once again, its beak isn't that helpful. So it misses with a beak.
I'm
And
going to use my Ripple Strike for my last superiority dice when it misses me to
Alright.
strike out for its second attack. For a 22 to hit,
That
it'll
hit.
take 8 slashing damage.
All right. And it still gets your second attack, right?
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So just like the last two times, once it misses with its beak, it pivots its body around and goes to cut you with its talons. However, not expecting your sword to come at it and strike. At the last second, it veers its talons away as you knock it aside with that swipe, and it misses you. So now it's back to you.
Yeah. Nice. I'm just going to cut this thing down. Is Lathander still standing opposite to me? Are we both like harrying at
Oh,
it?
yeah.
Yep.
Okay, excellent. I'm just going to cut out once more for a 11 plus 5, 16 to hit.
All right.
Does that hit? Okay.
Yep. That's just what you need.
6 slashing damage from me. That's all I can do right now, so I'll end my turn there.
All right. And you see it kind of not really bleeding, but it's beginning to kind of seep some black ooze out of its cuts and slices, and it looks like it might even be a little bit poisonous, so I wouldn't drink it. But it is showing some signs of wear and tear. It might have underestimated you. Lythander?
So Lythander, just keeping that advantage, he I'm imagining he and Victor are kind of working in unison around this thing. Wow, nice. So I've got a 22 on my my only strike, and that's 9 points of damage, slashing damage.
Yeah, and definitely between the two of you beating it down, it doesn't know how to defend, so you're both just stabbing at it and slashing at it.
Okay, and that's good. Yeah, and I'll hand it over to the bard.
All right.
Looking over at Victor, how badly injured are you looking at the moment, or did your second wind?
After my second wind, I've still got 8 points of damage. So if you can heal more than that, save it.
That'd be as well, just because it's only healing word. So I'll throw that on you as I run over. So you get 7 of that back.
Awesome, thank you.
Well done, Echo.
And then I'm going to cast, if I can find the spell, which I can't because I'm very well organised. I'm actually going to cast Fairy Fire on it.
Good. All right.
So it needs a Dex save DC 13.
All right. Yeah, and it's able to kind of like avoid this fairy fire coming at it, so it's not going to be hit.
Worth a try.
Yeah. But
And that's me.
all right, and telepathically, the Vrock's going to communicate with Lythander and Heckle, but not Victor, and it's going to say, "I only need one to sacrifice. You two can leave and live." And then with that, it's going to go back for a beak attack. Maybe it won't finally hit, but maybe it'll hit. No, it misses both the beak and the talon. So yeah, all this damage it's been taking when I use Dice Stream again. Yeah, the damage it's taking has caused it to maybe lose a little bit of its agility and hostility. But both of you should still be aware that Fish might have a few other tricks up its sleeve. So the two it talked to, you can consider running away and surviving. With that, we're back to Victor.
I'm going to cut this thing down, flanking as I am. For a no good. It's a 15 to hit.
Yep, 15 matches your
Okay.
JC.
Okay, sweet. 8 slashing damage for me, and I'll just move around it like stalking it, and that's the end of my turn.
All right, and now that we go to the two others, who have a chance to consider it, just by looking at it, you can tell that it's just barely bloodied. And still these like telepathic words are plaguing your mind of run and live.
Right. So Lythander looks over across the rock at the battling knight, and he doesn't hesitate to strike at the leg that he struck earlier. It is not in his nature to. Ooh, nice roll. So that's hits it for 5 damage.
All right. Yep.
Now, see if it was Heckle, he probably would have taken him up on that. But
Well, speaking of Heckle, it's your turn.
Heckle, you're up, man.
I'll remember that. Okay. Is the dagger still in this thing?
Did the dagger hit?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember what the damage was, but it did hit.
Yeah, we'll say that it hit, but during all the tussle, it's kind of like fallen out, and it's on the ground, really underneath the feet of your two partners. And
That-
still, the rock, like in spite of being hit by the other two, kind of looks at you and says, run and live. Live to tell another joke.
Uh, no, I'm going to try to cast Fairy Fire again. Any sort of advantage I can give my allies.
What does it have to meet?
13.
It gets 14.
Okay, in that case, cutting words.
All right.
-4.
Okay, and what type is that?
The cutting words.
Yeah, what type of damage is that?
It's not damage, it takes a penalty on the roll.
All right. Yeah, all right. Yeah,
Oh, in
so
fact, does cutting words affect saving throws? Shit. I don't think it does.
I can look it up very quickly.
I should have written that down.
I've actually never played Bard. So.
No, first time playing Bard.
Cutting words. Use your wit. It makes you attack roll, ability check, or damage roll. You can use your reaction to use Bardic Inspiration. Subtract number. Yeah, so you could use. I would let you use cutting words. As a reaction, as this Vrock tries to avoid Fairy Fire, so that Fairy Fire hits it.
I'm not going to argue with it.
Yeah. Or I'll let you keep, cutting words to choose, like during some attack to use instead.
If you're willing to let it go on the Fairy Fire, I'm quite happy to leave it on the Fairy Fire.
Yeah, so basically, just telepathically, as it goes to dodge this Fairy Fire, and it, begins saying, run and live. How do you respond to that with cutting words?
Basically just a raspberry noise.
All right. Yeah, and yeah, through that, the Vrock just kind of loses its ability to dodge this Fairy Fire, and it is now Fairy Fired. So, Fairy Fire is advantage against attacks to it.
That's right.
Yep.
All right. Well, the two were already flanking it, so really, it's just now you also have advantage. All right, and with this, we'll go back to the Vrock, and since it's bloodied, I don't have to worry about going easy on you guys anymore. And so, finally, this time it's going to start with the Talons, thinking, hey, if it goes backwards, maybe both will hit. But that won't happen because I'm rolling on freaking die stream. How about the Beak? The Beak crit. So, you're going to be taking 15 damage as this.
Is that all? Cool.
Yeah, you'll be taking 15 damage. Yeah, I should have done it backwards. You'd be taking 23 damage from Talons. But, yeah, as this beak sinks into your neck, just having a big gaping wound. But, yeah, with that, that's its turn. And it's you, Victor.
Okay, cool. I'm going to take the defensive stance and just goad it and telepathically coerce it, taunt it, pick apart its plans and humiliate it, essentially just trying to get it to concentrate on attacking me. And so my AC is 18, it has disadvantage on all attacks against me till my next turn, which I will just continue dodging. That's my turn.
Yeah, and the Brock, you gonna rotate back. Are you an idiot? You're the only one I want to attack anyway.
All the more reason to dodge.
All right. Lythander?
All right. So Lysander, again, looking for that opening, and when he sees it, he strikes and does a 17 hits, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so 17, he does 7 damage.
All right.
And I'll hand it over to the bard again. You're doing good, Heckle. You're doing good. Keep playing that skull.
Go try and stab it with his rapier. 20 something. 21.
That will hit.
Uh, 13 damage. Nope, that's not right. What am I doing? 9 damage.
9 damage. All right.
I think I'm lacking coffee. I think that might be the problem.
It's all right. We're almost done. It's getting near. It's getting near breakfast time for me, so I had to question: am I going to get breakfast after this, or go straight to sleep? But I'll be nice to you. Yeah, the Vrock is going to keep attacking. Is Goading Strike a feat?
It's one of the battle maneuvers.
Yeah.
Oh, it's one of the.
In my class.
Yeah. So you don't need any hit die to use it?
I don't think he did a goading strike.
Oh, so he just goaded me. Yeah, sure.
Yes, he's just taunting. He's taunting the thing.
Oh, okay, yeah, sorry. When I hear goad, that.
Yeah.
Well, looks like it's gonna work. I'd miss you anyway. Not gonna miss you that time. So with the beak, it misses you, but with the talons, in spite of your defensive stance, it's able to just slide these horrible, vulture-like feet just against your skin, leaving it, the nice cold relief of blood to soothe your wounds. Come on, baby. Once in my life. Kill him. Kill him. Kill. 13 points of damage.
Now would be a good
That
time for
knocked
that.
me unconscious. I'm dying.
I was gonna say that'd be a good time for your cutting words, Hector.
and
Heckle.
and the Vrock's gonna look at you, you two telepathically. Oh, actually, he'll speak to all three of you telepathically now, and just say, "I will carry this one to the altar and perform my sacrifice. You two are free to go."
How far away are you, Heckle, from me? You're right up close, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm right up in it.
Man.
Victor, go ahead and make your death save.
Boom.
22, so that's a success.
All right.
So is he trying to scoop up Victor? Is that what he's doing?
I mean, he did have an action to do that this turn, but next turn he might. Luckily, you guys go before me.
Right. So now it's my
Lysander.
turn. So I'm going to prepare a spell, but as a free action, I'm going to say, "Get clear, Heckle," and so the triggering event is going to be when Heckle moves away. If he moves away, and if he doesn't, then I guess I'll still trigger my spell.
All right, and as the Vrock or Xander, she said you're not attacking. He says, "Good choice. You will live." Heckle, it's your turn.
Crap. Would I be able to grab Victor and drag him some of the way?
Are you right up close to them?
Yeah, I'm pretty much in the thick of it. If they were flanking, I'd be on one side, kind of thing.
Yeah, if you're that close, then I feel like if you try to reach down and drag him farther away, you'd get an opportunity attack from the Brock.
I'll go ahead and take it.
All right.
Drag him.
And so you'll be able to drag him half of your movement speed. But the Vrock's just going to look down to you, and lucky for you, I'll attack with the beak. And I'm not sure if I can even call that attack. I rolled a 3. So yeah, you begin dragging him away. Is your spell going to go off?
Yeah. So the minute he drags Victor away, and I just see Lysander being more to the back of the Vrock, which was opposite of Victor, and once he's out of the way, he just takes his scimitar and he slams a tip down into the ground and he says "Vathak," and there's just a thunderous boom of sound and electric energy as it just fires out out in a 15-foot cube outside around Lysander. So he needs to make a Constitution save.
Oh, shoot. No. I got my typical dice stream luck. Rolled a 1 and a 3.
Okay,
So,
cool.
really good.
So it's going to take... Hold on, let me roll up the damage. It's going to take the full damage. Come on, baby. It's not great. 8 points of thunder damage, plus I blow it 10 feet away from me.
Nice. And thunder damage will hit at full force. It's not resistant to it.
Okay.
So the rock gets pulled away.
Okay.
As a bonus action there, I healed Victor for 10.
Great.
Oh yeah, thank you.
We will say in the midst of rock getting blown away, he didn't see the healing. So all he's aware of is Victor being prone on the ground. But the rock will start his turn and slowly be able to fly back on his wings and say, I gave you the chance to live. This will be your last chance not to die. And he flies in enough of a roundabout path that he won't get any opportunity attacks towards Heckle for trying to steal his sacrifice away from him. And go with a beak attack, which will be a 14.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Alright, and that will be 8 points of damage. And then with the talons, that will be another 14.
Oh, shit.
And that will be for 14 points of damage.
Oh, shit.
You can cutting words that, you know.
I don't have any bardic dice left.
Oh, shit, dude. Here, take the one you gave me back.
And I could have thrown up shield and I forgot about it.
Yep. Well,
yeah.
That's easy to think of when you're bleeding from a big beak wound and 2 big talon wounds. Alright. And so, with that, Victor, you have health, but you're prone on the ground.
I'll stand up, and for 15 foot of movement, can I flank it with one of my companions?
Yeah, honestly, the Vrock is surprised that you're still getting up. So, yeah. With the bard, he's flanked.
I'm going to drop my sword as a free and action to unequip my shield, interaction to draw my greatsword, and I'll end my turn there flanking it.
Alright, did you drop your shield also?
Yep, that was my action.
Alright. go to Lysander.
Okay. So now it's further away from me, right? So
Yeah.
he's just going to run up, and again, he tries to unleash arcane energy onto the thing.
All right.
Let me see here. And it's still fairy fired, right?
It is.
Okay, I'm going to hit it easily. I got an 18 straight up. So as he does, he just brings, rather than bringing the sword edge into him, he brings the base of the sword so that his hand strikes the thing, electric energy shoots off into the rock, and it takes 4 electrical damage. I think that's what the damage is. Let me check here real quick. Lightning damage. It takes 4 lightning damage.
All right.
And it can't take any reactions until its next turn.
Was it only 4 lightning damage? And sorry, I was reading how Fairy Fire works in my book, and he was still being shattered. So only 4 damage and no reactions.
Yeah, and no reactions.
All right. Too bad for you. Lightning is not quite as effective as thunder. Heckle.
So this thing's flanked again by my companions. Okay.
And Fairy Fired.
Yeah.
It's about 5 feet away from being outside of Fairy Fire.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw my last healing word at Victor.
All right.
Oh crap! It's only 6 this time.
Well,
And then I'm gonna run up and try and stab the thing.
all right.
Which should do it. 19 on the die.
That will hit.
For 9 damage again.
Golly, you hit hard for a bard.
He's the hard-hitting bard.
Yep. Well,
Hey, I'm supposed to be the poet.
Oh shit, that's right. I'm sorry. Strike that.
is that your turn?
That is, yes.
All right. Well, by this time, the Rock seeing how much you're healing Victor, and now the Rock is going to telepathically speak to Victor and Lysander and go, I now find this bard the most annoying, so he will be my sacrifice. The other 2 of you are now free to leave. And with that, he's gonna try to plunge his beak into the bard. 19.
Yeah.
Yeah, even with a shield, that would hit. And that's going to be 7 points of damage.
The bard is down.
All right. And the Vrock, once again, is going to look at you 2 and say, will you leave or will you stay?
Oh, I can only leave after I kill you.
All right, and with that, the Vrock smiles and begins with its talon. However, in spite of you not having a shield, it still cannot hit you. So, back to you, Victor.
I'm going to cut down over the head with the great sword, flanking with Lysander now. 15 to hit.
That's his AC.
I get to re-roll that too. Fuck. So it will be 11 slashing damage.
All right.
Oh, that's all I can do.
All right. Yeah, it's still up, but it's not. Its wings are definitely like heavily flapping just to keep it up. So yeah, this rock does not look strong at all. It still has the power to kill the 2 of you, though.
All right. So I'm just going to attack it like I did before. Yeah, I think I'm going to miss this time. 14 is a miss.
Yeah, you hit it, but you
Oh,
find.
wait. No, hold on a second. I have a Bardic Inspiration die.
Yep.
So I rolled a 2 on that. That's enough to hit. So I do, 4 more electrical damage to it.
All right.
And I prevent it from taking reactions.
All right. Heckle, would you like to make a death save?
Nope.
Well, I'll let you do it anyway.
Yeah, there's a reason I didn't want
It
to.
means you didn't make it.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, do you have any dying jokes that you are going to begin composing?
I've got a couple.
All right. The Vrock is going to turn toward Lythander and say to you telepathically, "Perhaps you do not fear me because you haven't felt my pain yet." And 15 will
Not hit, no.
not hit.
Just so you know, my AC is now 18, not 16, because I'm using mage armor instead of my leather armor.
All right, yeah. Then with that, the Vrock's gonna miss you twice.
Okay. So what Lathander would say back to him is, it's not that I don't fear you, it's just that I must stop your evil.
Ah, I like how we went full circle back to like this fear idea. That was totally planned by the DM for historic effect.
God damn you guys! I wish I didn't like you so much. I'd have just freaking left.
This hit. That's not quite a poem.
I'm not the bard. I don't need to make a poem.
Well, no. I was reading.
Oh, checks.
Yeah, checks. Was it a full poem?
Yeah.
Does it say anything after head? And so Victor, your go.
Yeah, sorry, I'm back now. My girlfriend's cooking a turkey. It smells like roasted vrock in there.
Oh, wow.
I like it.
I'm going to cut into that thing from behind with the greatsword.
All right.
Oh, it's chicken, she says, actually. Yeah, that's a miss. Oh, I'm going to use my checks dice. 12 plus 5 is 17.
That will hit.
Greatsword, 2d6. I get to reroll both of those because they're 2s. 8 damage slashing this time to the vrock.
How much?
8.
8. All right.
And I'm just going to be screaming at the top of my lungs for Heckles to get back up. He's not allowed to die yet. Oh, unless he is up still. Yeah, I'm done. That's all I can do.
All right,
That's
Lythander.
Awesome. All right. So I hit for, this is just a regular sword strike for 9 slashing.
All right. And is that your turn?
Yep.
All right.
Yeah. I would be yelling too, I guess, at the vrock.
All right. Well, Kick, does all this yelling motivate you to roll better this time?
Oh no, it motivated me to roll worse.
So that's 2 down.
Yep.
All right. And this Brock looks nearly dead. Not quite as bad as Kick. But,
Come on, Heckle.
yeah,
You got this, man.
All right. Finally, the Brock, by this time, it's oozing out a lot of this poison, and it doesn't look like it can take that many hits. It really its only chance of survival will be to down another one of you. So he's going to turn toward Victor, and oh wow, with its beak, get a 21
It hits.
for 12 damage.
That puts me down.
Oh. And then it's going to turd Lythander and go, friend, I gave you many chances to run. And then hit you with a 21 on his talons, doing oh wow, that's good damage. 9, 5, 17 damage.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Alright. And that will be the Rock's turn. Victor, would you like to make a death save?
I would like to make it. What did I get? Yeah, 19 on the die, so that's a definite save.
Yep, you're good. Lysander, this Rock is going to look at you and go, you will not last another attack. I will let you have one less chance to run.
Nope.
This Brock can't put its money where its mouth is.
That was a good call, because I was going to do opportunity attack if you ran.
Yeah. Is it my turn? My go, right?
Yep, you go.
Come on, I need a crit.
How
roll
many
right
hit
now.
points do you have left?
Not many.
Not many. Alright, so this is going to basically go, if you hit, you kill.
I did hit. I rolled
right.
a 16. I got a 16.
Alright,
I hit for 8
8.
damage.
Oh. Not quite. It has
Oh shit.
3 points left.
Bonus action. I'm going to what is it called? Second wind.
Alright.
I have a shield. I don't have an
All
offhand.
right.
I'll let you use the sword again. This is gonna be it. You hit, you win, you miss. The Brock gets 2 attacks at you.
Take
I
it.
hit 15. I'll definitely
15.
take that. Let me roll
15,
my-
matches the armor class.
Yeah. Well, that was unmodified. I rolled a straight up 15.
Alright, yeah.
And I did 7 damage.
7. You needed to do 6 to destroy the Brock.
Oh, nice.
And so, yeah, you
Jack,
just...
where do rocks come from? Do they come from hell or the abyss? The abyss, right?
I think Abyss, yeah.
Yeah.
But, yeah, and this Brock, getting ready to see your teammates die, is gonna be hit by you, and you see it just kind of vaporize into this poison mist. Just for the heck of it, Heckle, why don't you make a death saving throw?
Are you there? You there, Jack?
Yeah. Sorry, I muted myself there.
What did you get?
9.
9? Ooh, well,
Now that's the checks rolls I've known to love.
yeah, that's what you...
Yeah, you expect that when I roll physically, not when I roll in bones.
Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
so, how does Heckle, begin regretting interviewing in the first place?
Well, luckily, Heckle's a bit touched with madness anyway. So this was kind of like a dream to him. So he didn't even realise most of this was going on. Not until his final moments.
And
But-
then,
Yeah, the voices in his head just kind of, I'll see you later, buddy.
well, the ironic thing is that Brock got his sacrifice 1 round too late. And so, how would the 2 remaining of you, now that the mine has been cleared, and now you have Bangrail dead, Heckle dead, and a Brock that's basically been dissolved, so you don't worry about him. How do the 2 of you clean this up?
Well, the first thing Lythander would do is get over to and stabilize Sir Victor, and then after that, he would go and check on Heckle and find that he had passed on to the great beyond. So I don't know.
I'd be unconscious for the next 4 hours.
Yeah. So I would just tend to his wounds as best I could. When he regained consciousness, I'm assuming neither one of us are really in the mood to do much heavy lifting, but I would just say some
I say
kind
we
words.
Okay.
I would say some kind words over Heckle. You were a strange man, but you did well in the end. Only wish we could have saved you. And
And as you say this, a wind blows in, and you hear the bells chime
in his
and
hair.
ring. Yeah,
That's awesome.
the hat ring one last time.
Ask her not for whom the bell tolls.
So I'm trying to remember. So obviously we'd return with the bad news that we're the only
honestly,
survivors.
yeah, what I see you two happening is definitely with both of you being in bad shape, you find a nice campground just kind of like outside the mines, and you camp there just for the night, getting some rest.
Yeah.
And with that, I will pick up some box attacks. So with the two of you, finally Victor has come back to and eating some rations, just trying to regain your health. You just sit around the fire and think about everything that has happened these last 2 days. You getting a job that was seemingly too good to be true. You killing innocent people. You perhaps training a future noble leader only to see him run off and die.
I killed him.
Yeah.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
I don't think he quite ran off and died.
Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah. All right. And so as you sit around the campfire, you get to rest and you sadly contemplate the day's mission. You can't help but sense a dark presence that chills you. Miles away back at the kingdom, a hag runs into the king's quarters, where the king is pacing back and forth. Vadir, I can now view the party. And my son? Vadir says hopefully. The woman carefully pauses. It appears that he has died. Vadir, mourning, collapses in his chair and looks at his guards as they quickly vacate the room. I knew I should have recruited stronger adventurers. I trusted those adventurers with my son's life. I hoped they met a harsher demise than my son. No, sir. Only one of them fell, and in fact, your son is dead by these very adventurers' swords. The woman throws some herbs and powders into this cauldron, and as the smoke clears, Vadir can see a vision of the two remaining members sitting around the campfire. Never once has anyone committed such a heinous crime. Have messengers ride out into every town and declare a bounty on their wives, children, parents, masters. Make the reward so high that not even the most holy priest or paladin can refuse. Now that I have no heir, my gold is worthless except to pay for my son's redemption. As for these two, I would like them to be taken alive. And with this, the guards rush out of the room. And we come back to you two, and somehow through your conscience, you realize through Vadir's anger and everything you've learned about him, you have two choices. You can get enough rest at this camp, ride back to your home cities, and live the rest of your life as fugitives, or you can attempt to storm the castle and kill Vadir so that his bounty is now worthless.
I'm going to cut my way through to that 750 gold pieces, which put me in this mess. I'm not stopping to cut until I get that.
You are crazy, man. No, I'm gonna go live my life off in the Elven lands where he can put his bounty out as much as he wants.
I'll thank you for saving my life then and say that our roads must part. I'll remember
that
your
is gonna
food for me.
that would make such an epic movie. Me riding off, and then you just freaking the end shot is you just hacking your freaking way through all these guys in his freaking palace. That would be awesome.
Well, yeah, since you two have decided your fate, we'll go back into the royal throne room where the guards return. And they're holding a beautiful human woman and two half-elf children.
Oh shit! No, never mind. I'd strike that. I
Who,
forgot. I promise.
Who have been just awakened and are clearly confused. Badir calls out, "Tie the woman to be burned," as the children watch in horror. The woman is tied to a post in the middle of the throne room, and the squire reads, "Kara Milner, I charge you with the sentence of your husband's carelessness that led to the Royal Highness's death. Your punishment is to be burned. As the fire is lit, the flames of hatred in the king's heart are only more farther ignited. Cut her children down in front of her, so that she may also know what it feels like to lose the one she loves most." As the soldiers draw their daggers to the children's throat, the woman cries of pain, only amplified by her cries as her children slowly bleed to death in front of her. The smoke drifts up and fades away. However, Vadir sinks back in his throne. Not even the death of Divik's family is enough to quench his anger, and you know that he will have an even harsher fate for your own family. And that is where we will close off this one-shot.
Wow, dude, that is dark. That guy's
Yeah.
a total dink, man. Hope you get in there, Sir Victor, man. I freaking